Everybody get out okay?
We're all present and accounted for, so it looks good.
No excitement, good. All right.
Awesome. So I hope you get a chance to catch a breath. The rest of us did, so. All right. I
I don't
am.
know if you'll believe this or not, but there was a train.
We're gonna have to believe you. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna start. Whoops. I am reopening the meeting of the Eugene School Board. I'm calling it to order. It's Wednesday, November 17th, 2021 at 8:08. All the board members are present tonight. We're all on Zoom. We have Martina Shabram, Gordon Lafer, Mary Walston, Laurel O'Rourke, Alicia Hayes, and Maya Rabasa. Yeah, great. Hi, Maya. Good. I was just went to see your face. That's great. So let's begin by please join me in the flag salute. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'll now read the land acknowledgement. The Eugene School Board would like to acknowledge that our institution sits on the homelands of the Kalapuya people. In the treaties of 1851 and 1854 through 1855, and the subsequent forced removals of many Indian people from Western Oregon, some of the Kalapuya were moved to the Grand Ronde Reservation, and some were moved to the Siletz Reservation. It is important to note that all of Lane County was an important trading and gathering area for camas and other resources. During the Restoration era, from 1977 to 1989, Lane County was designated as the service area of the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Siuslaw Indians, the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde Indians, and the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, the Coquille Indian Tribe, and the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Indians. Eugene School District 4J acknowledges that the descendants of original and service area inhabitants of this land are still here today. They're thriving members of our schools and our communities. Countless members of other tribes are now also call our community and schools their home. We wish to thank those original stewards of this land, and we as fellow stewards of this land wish to remember that we need to take good care of this land and take good care of all the members of our school district community. So important. Those words are very powerful. Thank you. So well, let's look at the agenda and see if there are any changes. I think one thing Martina and I talked about is once again eliminating the working agreements at the end and maybe suggesting before our next our next board meeting, we'll do a work session on them, try to get them done. Any objection to that? Any other changes? Then with head nods, we're going to say the agenda stands.
Wait, can I,
Laurel?
is this the time where we ask about the consent agreement? Or is that coming up?
You mean the consent calendar comes up later?
Okay.
As a vote, yeah. Oh, is there something you want to move off of the consent calendar?
That should be
Yes.
under the items.
Under the item. Okay, thank you, Mary. All right, we will ask you then, Laurel.
Okay, thanks.
We're going to introduce Superintendent Vanderkar for her comments.
Good evening, Board Chair Newman and board members. Since our last meeting, the equity team and I met to consider how to create a system for the new equity tool to be used systematically when proposals are brought forward. The administrative team held our first training on the new tool based on the 2-page tool developed by Lane County and walked through the steps. The discussion was rich and administrators asked many clarifying questions about when and where should they use the tool. Each school level will have a follow-up to discuss the tool further. We're also considering when and how to integrate this into proposals for the board's consideration. Just like how the informational cover sheet for a proposed item for action may include background, budget implications, options, and alternatives, as well as the recommended action, the concepts addressed in the equity tool may be embedded in the information overview sheet. This would help call out the equity considerations that are and should be fundamentally embedded in our thinking and planning and help keep these considerations at the forefront in the board's deliberations. Next week is Thanksgiving, and I'm thankful for our amazing dedicated staff and our wonderful students and families. I'm thankful that we're able to have kids back in our schools full-time this fall. I also recognize that this time of year is especially hard and stressful for a lot of people. We need to be aware of the mental health needs in our community and continue to support mental health for our staff, students, and families who may be struggling through the winter months and beyond. Later in tonight's meeting, the board will hear about the investments we've made with Student Success Act funds, which include supports for students' mental health and well-being. These investments are critical. It's also critical for all of us to care for our students and our staff and keep their mental health needs in mind. Finally, I was invited by North Eugene High School's Black Student Union to walk with them this morning in the Ruby Bridges March to School. We walked from Dayspring Fellowship Church to North Eugene High School. Among those who braved the cold to celebrate civil rights leader Ruby Bridges were students, community, staff, EEA, and a board member. Thank you for your ongoing attention to 4J.
Thank you, Superintendent. And now I have a few minutes to make my comments. And I just want to welcome everyone and thank you for your flexibility tonight. I'm really glad to be here with you all. And in my comments, I'm just going to touch briefly on 3 things. First of all, it seemed like a lifetime ago, but actually this morning, I also started my day with the Ruby Bridges Walk to School event in honor of her civil rights legacy and for her bravery. I walked with many students and staff from Westmoreland to Chavez Elementary and then to ATA. And many others walked to the Chinese Immersion School, McCormick, Adams, Kennedy, Churchill, and Wellsprings Friends. And then I was going to mention, I knew our own North Eugene High School Black Student Union organized their walk, and similar walks happened in Springfield and Bethel school districts. It was really wonderful to see our community come out to honor this important history and keep the momentum in education going. I recently read a quote from Barbara Henry, Ruby's teacher in all the, that she was a teacher in the all-white elementary school she attended in New Orleans. Her quote says, "I grew to love Ruby and be awed by her. It was an ugly world outside, but I tried to make our world together as normal as possible. Neither one of us missed a day of school together. It was important to keep going." And I'm really grateful that Ruby and Barbara did keep going. Second thing I want to comment on is I hope that some of you had the opportunity to attend the webinar hosted by our district on November 9th. That was this past Tuesday ago. It was incredibly informative, and I'm really proud of how our district has approached and dealt with the myriad challenges related to restarting and sustaining in-person school. The hour-long webinar addressed several topics and answered questions that parents submitted. On contact tracing, what the process is, what happens, and what kind of communication there is. On quarantining, what triggers quarantine, and when does a quarantine end? And schoolwork, what happens when a student's in quarantine? What are their assignments and expectations? And then last was how to access that information, teaching parents and students how to do that. The recording is posted on our website, the front page, and I really encourage everyone to listen to it. It was very informative. And I want to extend a huge thank you to the superintendent and her team. From health, we had Dawn Strong and Joy Maxwell. From instruction, we had Andy Dye, Melissa Ibarra, and Jeff Johnson. And from technology, we had Kelly Gardner, Justin Huntley, and Joe Hadley. So it was great. And the last thing, I just wanted to acknowledge the hard work of our rapidly expanding equity instruction and partnerships team. They're growing in numbers and in reach. They're expanding existing programs, building new ones, and providing trainings and support services by increasing our social workers and wraparound coordinators and much more. Recently, the publication, this their second publication, the Equity Extra, came out and introduced a new affinity groups and leaders, which I'm excited that we actually have some great leaders for our Gender Sexuality Alliance affinity group, our Latinx Student Union affinity group, our Asian Pacific Islander Student Union affinity group, Native American Student Union affinity group, and the Black Student Union affinity group. Thank you all for your hard work and vision. So next on our agenda are items, let's see, it's not, we told the people in the audience that they would be speaking at 8:30. I don't know if we have people there that can begin, or we should just come back to that after we hear from our employee groups. I think we'll just do that if the employee groups are here. I think tonight we're going to hear from all three employee groups. So is EEA, Lisa or Carrie, are they in the audience and can they join us?
Yes, we have EEA joining you now.
Great.
And MAPS will be with you shortly.
I just didn't want to start the public comment before we told people we would, so. Okay, hi Sabrina, welcome.
Hi, Judy. Thank you. Yeah, I'm
Thank
happy
you
to
for
go now.
For your flexibility, so.
Absolutely. I'm not going to use all my time tonight. I did have a prepared statement, but you know, in the time that it took to change locations from where this meeting was happening, I just am really thinking about that tonight. And you know, I was there at before 7 o'clock waiting for this meeting to begin, and witnessed the disruption earlier this evening. And really, I want to use part of my time tonight just to say how really grateful I am for all of the 4J staff and board members and community members who were there this evening, who responded to that disruption with calm and care and professionalism to make sure that everyone was safe and that eventually the important work of this meeting could go on. And I just want to say that it makes me really sad to see I know how hard you all are working and we all are working. And, our students and families are working to make this year a success. And it's not easy. And it makes me sad when that feels disrespected. So I just, again, didn't want to say my usual statement tonight, but I don't want to waste the opportunity to remind you that I did bring a couple of weeks ago some survey data about educator burnout right now. And speaking of how hard everybody's working, and that is still very real. And I know tonight you're going to consider some potential calendar changes that might provide some relief for the educators that are trying to keep up with all of the student need, with reduced staffing right now. And I encourage you to strongly consider dates that are offered, as well as dates that would be very impactful for quality instruction around the transitions between trimesters and a semester at the elementary level. And I sent you an email earlier today with details about what that might look like in the months of December and January and March. And I just encourage you to consider those dates when you're talking about that tonight. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. So I think we have Peter Tromba. Are you here, Peter, to speak from MAPS?
Yes. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Vandekar, and our audience. I'm Peter Tromba, president of MAPS, and I am going to do my prepared statement because I don't want this disruption to stop the business of the district, but I do want to echo everything that Sabrina said, and really a special thank you to all the board members in your service, even in trying times. And I want to include in the thank you the Eugene Police Department for their really rapid and careful response outside the building and inside. Thanks very much for that. Tonight, I wanted to talk about professional development. In these times when we are looking for ways to reduce workload, this is an area where we sometimes look to cut time. And I completely understand the sentiment. There have been times in my career, and definitely this year, where I have so much on my mind that I don't feel capable of new learning. And I was definitely in that place this September when I was presented with an opportunity to participate in a 6-lesson series about anti-racism and universal design for learning. I felt our staff already had a working understanding of universal design because this has been a focus in 4J for years. And honestly, I was tired. And although I was interested in the intersection of universal design and anti-racist education, I wasn't motivated to sign up. However, upon reflection, and after talking to folks who know more about this than me on the subject, I did attend. And it turned out it was the right decision. It was exactly what I needed, even though I didn't know I needed it. And I was lucky to have 2 of our teachers choose to join the sessions, one of whom was at the board meeting tonight, wanting to just be there to be supportive. Andra Tisha Fitzgerald is both the author of a book on this subject and was our learning leader for the sessions. It was an amazing experience, to a large degree because she modeled everything in her presentation that she advocated we use in our schools. For me, I now know how universal design is a practical and immediately accessible framework to plan lessons that are inclusive and anti-racist. Her work gives life and flavor and culture and meat on the bones for ideas that can sometimes be too theoretical. Her ideas, such as the difference between a culture of power and a culture of honor, her extended metaphors of learning being like an expressway where students need on-ramps, and her focus on failure as feedback for excellence will be with me always. I want to thank our district and COSA for affording staff this opportunity, and a shout out to Greg Borgerding, principal of Churchill, for his facilitation. And I do want to end by circling back to workload relief and professional development in general. When it is good PD, investing time in ourselves can be a relief to workload. As the pandemic has us asking new questions, coming together and learning together can give us new answers. As leadership and the board look ahead to our schedule for the rest of the year, I ask that you not paint with too broad a brush with respect to what you keep and what you cut. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And I understand we do not have comments from OSCA tonight. And so I'm going to read about public comment, what we're going into next, and then we'll go through the list. But if someone isn't quite here, we're a couple minutes early, we'll come back to them. So the school board receives written comments by email at board@4j.lane.edu and sets aside time in each regular board meeting to hear public comment. Community members can sign up to speak to the board by submitting their request online at 4j.lane.edu/board/public comment or contact the superintendent's office. The deadline is the Monday before each meeting. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes and cannot give their time to another speaker. A timekeeper will show a sign when the speaker has 30 seconds left and when their time is up. Speakers may offer objective comments or criticism about district operations and programs. For complaints about individuals, the district has a board policy and complaint process. Please contact the superintendent's office at 541-790-7707 for more information about submitting a formal complaint. Tonight, we do have 10 speakers signed up, and everyone will be online on Zoom tonight, and they'll be providing public comment. So I'm going to start with the first speaker, and we'll see if they are here. Linda Hamilton is the first one on our list.
Linda Hamilton is online and will be joining as a panelist in a moment.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Linda.
Hi. I'm going to be brief after tonight, and I know you guys are probably exhausted, but anyways, thank you for having me on. And I just want to come on and say, first of all, thank you all for your service, and thank you for your patience of our community. And I ask that you support me to continue my run on the OSBA Board of Directors seat. I'm currently on that seat, and I ask for your support to continue to serve the next couple of years. Since my first 2 years was COVID, I met on the board once, and then we were in COVID 20 and 21. So I ask for your support to continue, and that we can continue to address some of the issues that we're facing in these hard times. Thank you again, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Linda. Thanks for coming tonight. The next person is Rico Perez.
Rico is not currently logged into the Zoom under that name. The next person on the list, Derek O'Brien, let us know that he wasn't able to join. So the next speaker is Michelle Shu, followed by Emma Johnson, if she's online. Michelle should be coming in right now.
Hello.
Hi, Michelle, welcome. We can hear you.
Okay, great. I'll get started. My name is Michelle Shu, and I'm a 4J parent. I lived abroad for many years and returned stateside in 2016 from Hong Kong. I needed to catch up on what was going on in my country and pay better attention after focusing on the dramatic events that were happening all around me in Asia. I was born in New York. My parents and sister are immigrants. I'm considered new to Oregon despite living here for over 5 years. I learned of Oregon's history soon after I moved into a home. As a qualified librarian, I know how to find reliable and credible sources. So I read and observe and experience the complexity that is the Pacific Northwest. As a person of my culture and gender, I know our current issues are nothing new. The difference is that they are now approached and spoken of in new ways. From what I've learned and continue to unpack, our most urgent issues are unity and equity. I realize this is a simplification, but time is limited. I'm hopeful that there's a possibility of hiring an executive search firm that grasps these issues deeply and can therefore prioritize unity and equity. If 4J can be unified and not separated by location, status, or demographics, but considered as a whole district, it would be a significant step toward unity. A unified 4J is where every student has equitable opportunities, access to resources that serve them, and where everyone is included in a community which values student empowerment and safety. Schools providing environments where all students feel safe on their own terms is and always has been a basic right and the only spaces conducive to learning. Unifying the district is not simply writing new policies, changing curriculum, or even hiring new staff. Unity requires a change in culture and an openness to creative thinking. I listened to the thoughtful interviews you conducted for search firms. I'm confident that ALMA Advisory Group is well suited to provide qualified candidates for our school board. The interviewees from ALMA stressed that they consider themselves collaborators and supporters, that they will allow our community and stakeholders to determine a direction forward. I would hope an opportunity to work with a minority-run firm feels exciting to you as it does to me. I encourage you to make a choice on behalf of our community, promoting equity and a commitment to creating a comprehensive and sustainable plan that is truly inclusive. Thank you for your time.
So Carrie, I think that Rico Perez would be up next. He's under Calc. His oops.
So hopefully Rico Perez, who's logged in under Calc, is coming in now. He'll be followed by Ari Gold and Priscilla Gould.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, excellent. I want to first off thank all of you for the way you handled tonight. That was quite excellent. Give you big props to all of you. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you tonight on what I consider to be a very important decision that you guys will all soon be making by either choosing the same path or taking a new direction, a very great chance for a new direction. My name is Rico Perez. I have lived here for 38 years now. Presently, I am board chair of Community Alliance of Lane County, vice president of Human Rights, Human Stories, a board member of Escudo Latino, and a member of the City of Eugene's Equity Committee. I'm pretty certain that all of you know that there's been a rising call for equity for some time now, nationally and in our own community, due to the issues of racism, longstanding issues of racism, sexism, orientation, and much more that has affected our society. You, members of the board, have an incredible opportunity in front of you. By taking a step in the new direction, I'm sorry, I'm reading this, in choosing to go with Alma over choosing McPherson. Number one, Alma is run by all women with a long history of social justice, not older white men talking about equity as if they're reading cue cards. Two, they are mostly women of color. And with that, they walk the talk of equity. Alma's a chance to take a new direction. And in my opinion, while you're envisioning a new future for 4J School District, it makes more sense to me for you to choose a strong, positive equity I'm sorry. So anyway, I encourage you, as you're envisioning a new future, take that step to choose Alma. And many blessings to all of you. Tonight was just totally crazy. More power to you. I love the way you handled it. And so thank you again. I hope you really do choose to go with Alma. Many blessings.
Thank you, Rico. So the next person you said, oh, Carrie, who's next? Ari?
Andrew Cobb let us know he's not able to join us, and Emma Johnson is not logged in under that name. Emma can change, if she's on, she can change her name to Emma or contact the district. Ari Gold is the next speaker. He's on screen now, and he'll be followed by Priscilla Gould.
All right, y'all can hear me?
Yes, thank you.
All right, great. Hi, thank you. Yes, this is my first one of these, so I just hope the technology is right. Just to reiterate, that was quite an evening, and I don't think it could have been handled better, so kudos to you on that. My name is Ari Gold. I am a parent at Camas Ridge. I have printed this. I've done this 3 times and timed it to make sure I was under 3 minutes, but hopefully that'll be the case as well. I'm here today, simply put, because I wanted to take action on something that you hopefully already know. Given the email today from 4J, it seems like there is something there that somebody does know, and that is the Camas Ridge design could be better. The current school was built in 1949. That's about 70 years. Maybe this new school with new construction, new technologies, et cetera, could last even longer. We really should not be building things from between 70 to 100 years without really being sure about the design. And to that end, I have a little diagram here for those who don't have it handy. That is, when I first saw the picture, I thought that was the gym at Camas Ridge, but those are 4 classrooms. Furthermore, I did speak with a civic architect, literally about this. This is a north-facing side of the building, which means there's no direct sunlight. There's really no reason mechanically why there couldn't be more windows, for example. And again, these were haphazard conversations, and maybe there is something mechanically, but the gist is there. I think that the steering committee of Camas Ridge sent a fantastic email, which goes into more details about all the specifics there. And while I appreciate the email that was sent, I did not have a good chance to read it. It did come out today. I did see a phrase there that said, there will be outside windows and every classroom will have an operable window per 4J standards. I gotta say, I don't think phrases like an operable window are all that aesthetic. And when we think about school buildings, hopefully we feel a little bit of aesthetics there. In the email from the steering committee, they used examples from the Edison rebuild in Gillum, a lot of description there that I don't need to go into. One thing that was not in the email was that Edison had something called a design direction, where this did not happen at Camas whatsoever, but there was an entire survey and a huge discussion using terms like Northwest style and contemporary style and traditional style. Again, thanks to 4J, this is all online. I just downloaded this from the 4J site and took a picture of it. There's an actual PDF where they discuss all the different options. And we're not looking, no one is saying, well, we should redo all this and have all these options. We want to decide between Northwest and traditional as a community. We just think that it should be, as we said, good. And this one is not good, just to put it quite simply. Lastly, there is I was thinking, what is the action that can be taken? Because I know that talking, as happened tonight, just talking like happened earlier tonight, doesn't really do anything unless it's done poignantly and to the cause of action. And I noticed that there is, and here is the timeline from those, the project guidelines, that there is a owner's review in December on the construction documents. And I hope that 4J, maybe through the board, with the board as superintendent, that 4J declines the design documents as they are currently stated, because of what we will have for between 70 to 100 years. I think that it is worth the effort, it is worth the time, it is worth the energy to get this a little bit right. There was some action taken where there were 73 comments written after a questionnaire and a survey on the school, and those were 62 were negative. The only positive one just said "good job" or something like that, 2 words, and there was an incredible amount of community comment about that school. So I want to keep it at that. I don't know. I don't have my stopwatch up because I'm using Zoom instead of my phone. Thank you. There we go. But that's it for me. Thanks again, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ari. Thank you. So do we have Priscilla Gould next?
Unmute,
Hi, Priscilla.
unmute.
Maybe. There we go. Can you hear me? Excellent. Well, thank you. I so appreciate your time. And yeah, what a scene tonight. It broke my heart. I'm sure it broke a lot of other hearts as well. What a tragedy that the staff and the school board have to be put, and the public has to be put through this kind of abuse. And hats off to everybody for the superb handling. The other thing I want to say, unofficially, not a part of my comments, but I so appreciate the intelligent commentary that has been on this Zoom so far. It's really an honor to follow people who are so committed and so engaged and so thoughtful about our schools, our kids, our process. And so maybe I'll say to the school board, thank you very much for your good work. On behalf of our community, the kind of time you're giving to these school board meetings. I served as the director of United Way for more than 20 years here and have about 40 years in the nonprofit world. And I worked with a lot of boards of directors. I'll say the one thing, many things United Way had in common with the 4J school board was, our mission is about making sure kids succeed, families succeed in our community. So I feel a deep, deep connection to the work that you're doing. And I've been watching with great interest all year. And I'm deeply concerned, I guess, that members of this board are not always working well together. And organizations don't succeed unless the very top leadership are able to form a common vision, a unified approach to all the challenges they're facing. I believe, yes, you should speak up, speak out, ask questions, make changes. I'm just so thrilled with the kinds of comments I'm hearing tonight. And yes, you're going to have disagreements, and the disagreements may.
I think you froze, Priscilla. Darn.
Each person on the 4J leadership team really cares about equity, really cares about kids, really cares about, they're coming from the right place, a place of deep concern about the well-being of our kids. So throughout the nation, and we saw it tonight, school boards have lost civility. They're being distracted by politics of the time rather than the needs of the children. And I absolutely know in my heart of hearts that in Eugene, we can do better than that. We can find the common ground. We can work together. Language on the 4J Verbs website could serve as a guide. And I pulled this down. It says, this is a student-centered district. Everything we do must be good for children. I remember that from Margaret Nichols. She always asked, is it good for the kids? The fundamental purpose of District 4J is to give each of our students an excellent education. The third bullet I stole, students will be treated with respect, dignity, and warmth so that they will want to come to school. Oh, what a wonderful philosophy. If you afford each other the same respect, keep these principles in mind as a board, you cannot go wrong. So again, thank you for your service. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Priscilla. Thank you. So Carrie, did Emma Johnson show up?
No, she may be able to join shortly. In the meantime, we have the next speaker, Colin Johnson, is coming in as a speaker, followed by Alex Elkin, if we correctly have identified him as Alex E. in the audience.
Great, thank you.
Colin Johnson is in Zoom.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you all this evening. I really do appreciate that. I did have a document, apologies. So good evening, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you all this evening, and of course for your continued service under increasingly difficult times. My name's Colin Johnston. As you can tell from my accent, I am not from around these parts originally. I'm from Scotland, where I worked with 2 degrees in law before teaching and studying and receiving my MEd in urban teaching with certifications to teach both English as a second language and social studies in both Texas and Oregon. I've also actively researched, written and presented on various aspects of community engagement in education, particularly relating to non-traditional groups. So I moved to the area in the summer of last year with my Eugene native spouse, and I'm considering teaching in the district come spring. So as a teacher and a community member, I really felt compelled to speak with you all tonight with regards to the superintendent search process, particularly after listening to interviews with the ALMA advisory group and with McPherson and Jacobson. From speaking to students, teachers, parents in the district, both current and past, in addition to seeing the rise in reported bias-related crimes, which of course does not include the many, many more of those that go unreported, it's clear to see that we need to change the way our districts run. ALMA spoke to greater community engagement in the process, saying that they would be a microphone, not a filter for community input, that they would provide anti-bias training, and they would ensure that the students are a real voice in this search. They provide the opportunity this district needs for the change. McPherson and Jacobson, on the other hand, provided not only evidence of a more of the same approach, but some really problematic answers to critical issues over equity. Quite frankly, if referring to people with disabilities as the handicapped isn't enough to dissuade you from using this farm, perhaps rolling out our old superintendent, Gustavo Balderas, will provide a clear statement that McPherson and Jacobson will only stagnate and harm our staff and students. This is a real turning point for our school district and for our community. Bias attacks are rising across the region, including within our school district. We've seen hate preachers try and visit with their ill-informed attacks on CRT, and it's worth noting that this group is now calling for physical attacks on teachers who want to create an open and welcome environment for all of their students. Nothing's more telling than the scenes we saw this evening. And again, I would like to echo everyone, you all dealt fantastically with that. But that does give me pause to enter a classroom, knowing that these groups are there. So with all that in mind, we need a superintendent in place who will put in systems and processes that are designed and implemented to develop and nurture our students to the success they deserve, while ensuring a safe environment for real and meaningful communications with everyone in our community. Thank you very much for your time, guys.
Thank you, Colin. So next up is Alex Elkin.
Hi, good evening. I was at the meeting tonight, and I don't know what meeting these other people were at, but I saw concerned parents waiting to get inside to voice their opinions about what was going on with their children's education. And it didn't get violent or aggressive. It got loud when you decided to pull up new rules and not allowing them in to speak and have their voices heard. I have never in my life seen such blatant cowardice and disregard for parents' concerns and rights as I have this evening. To block concerned parents from attending this public meeting in person was a sheepish act of fear, and it's not going unnoticed. Sinister dealings go on behind closed doors and in dark places, and this light will shine on whatever you are trying to hide. Our children are sacred, and there will be a great revival of mamas and papas out there who will not stand for this kind of wanton abuse of power and control. Note that we are now watching carefully. Note that we all are watching very carefully what's going on, and each of you elected officials are now under the microscope of concerned parents. These cowardly actions of shooing people away for no reason are not going unnoticed, and they are not going to go unaccounted for when election time rolls around, and mind you of that. Consider yourselves on notice, each and every one of you. Furthermore, Alice Hayes, your choice not to salute our flag. That's twice now that I've noticed it. It's a sign of gross disrespect, and it calls into question your allegiance to this country and to our children. If you don't appreciate the flag and those who died for it, please excuse yourself and find your home in a more communist nation where your views would be more suited to your liking. I can't believe some of the behavior I see from these school board members. When I was there, Miss O'Rourke snacking and fidgeting with her mask, almost like she had some sort of ADHD. You couldn't pay attention long enough to hear parents speaking to you. All you could do was worry about this equity toolkit. You guys, I don't know if you realize, but you spent over 20 minutes the last meeting that I was there talking about the missing words Native American and LGBTQIA plus, because it was under the banner of etc. And nobody pointed out the irony that a plus sign is an etc. Folks, we are hashing out issues that don't need to be hashed out, while meanwhile children are being dragged to schools to take a jab that hasn't been tested yet. You do realize that children, if they do receive COVID-19, will encounter either asymptomatic or mild symptoms. This jab that you're promoting so wonderfully
Alex, thank you. Your time is up. You want to finish your
doesn't
sentence?
do any good.
So Carrie, are there any more speakers waiting tonight?
We have one remaining speaker who said she may be able to join late. She is not in the audience yet, but if the board chair would like to keep looking until after the board members have given their comments, we can continue to do that if you prefer.
I think, yeah, let's go through the board comments, and if she does come, that gives her some time. That would be great. Okay. So does anyone want to go first? Then now it's time for our board members to give their comments, and I'll ask for a volunteer, but if not, I'll just go around the screen. Laurel, thank you.
Yep, I can master my own technology. Can you hear me okay? All right. I will keep it short because yes, we've had a fun night already. I will say I agree with some of the speakers. I did not feel in danger at any time. You know, what I saw was in America, people can have a right to say what they feel, and we also have a right to enforce our rules. And so we were all doing what we were following all our guidelines at that time. And nobody was, I didn't feel like anybody was dangerous. Maybe that happened after I left, or maybe I didn't see it. But I did say as I left, as I was being yelled at and booed and such, that I fought for your right to say that as a former soldier. And they were pretty darn rude to me and said I doubt it and such things. And so I guess my reasoning for saying that is I did fight for their right to say that. I do believe in our having a voice. I've been in other countries where even in England, you don't have as much of a voice as we do here. They have such strict laws. So I just want to remind people of that, maybe to put things back. This wasn't a tragedy. This wasn't horrifying. It was the American process, and we did our part and they were doing their part. And I hope they stay just talking and not escalating. I want to say thank you to Judy and my fellow board members. I was pretty impressed. You know, the test of a board is when things are not going right and they get together and make decisions. And I think we had a great discussion about it and came to a consensus and moved on. To our staff, oh my God, you guys are amazing. Everybody, you can tell when people have worked with kids for 1,000 years because they're like, yeah, whatever. Come show me when it gets bad. And so they were just kept their cool, helped us make decisions. And I just have a lot of appreciation for our staff at 4J and the work that we do. The only thing I feel bad is, as a former soldier, I wanted to be in there with Lisa, and she's like, you need to go in the other room. So that didn't feel quite comfortable, but I did what I was told. My things I have to talk about are, I have quite a few, but I'm gonna save most of them. Probably they're gonna come up in the discussion. But I guess I'll just stop with a thank you, because I just want to acknowledge that wasn't a tragedy. We did great, and and I think it shows who we are as a board. We're kind of amazing. Just remember that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to go next? Alicia.
Thanks. And good to know you have training, because I'll hang with you, Laurel. Appreciate it. Just got a few things that I got a chance to do this week and coming up. So we did get to meet our little group and write questions. I hope you appreciated all 8 of our questions that we wrote for the follow-up for the folks, our recruitment firms. And then after that, I got to work with Maya and the team on equity, and I am with the equity folks, and I got to see their plan. It is amazing. I am hoping we get time to, I know we've kind of seen a little here or there, little sections of it, but when you see the whole plan in place, it's great. A lot of work has gone into it, and I know we have a big role in that, and I appreciate the conversation tonight as we figure out how we're going to, as a board, get comfortable with the equity tool and use it to the best that we can. I had a chance to talk to a number of parents this week, and it was a little scary to realize how many of them know I'm on the school board, as I was staffing, helping, I was volunteering with the vaccination clinics, and parents bringing their students in to get vaccinated. Got a chance, like I said, to chat with them. I don't know that their student was thrilled that they stopped and chatted with me. They were ready to go. But it was a great atmosphere. It was calm, and I hope we keep it that way, because these are students. I'm hoping everybody can appreciate that and understand we don't want to traumatize these young students. And the way that the public health folks set it up, they had that in mind. Did a great job of making it a very kid-friendly place. And I'm looking forward to getting a chance to work at those clinics some more, and to continue to get the feedback, but to continue to keep the line moving. So those are my thoughts for this evening. Again, thank you to staff for all you did and all you do.
Thanks, Alicia. Who wants to be next? Okay, Maya, thank you.
So I have had the chance over the past 2 weeks to do a tremendous amount of learning, which has sparked a lot of thought. These thoughts were inspired by visits to South Eugene High School and Kelly Middle School to meet with students and teachers. I was also invited to meet with the directors of our Natives program and Lane ESD's Migrant Education program. But to save time tonight, as is the theme, I will report on those at our next meeting and instead focus on sharing where these meetings brought me after I marinated in all of the information I received and the insight that these visits afforded me. Along with fellow board member Alicia Hayes, as she just mentioned, I had the chance to meet with 4J's equity team. 4J's equity directors, Misael Flores Gutierrez and Larry Williams, presented an overview of the tremendous amount of work they are undertaking. The scope is vast and inspiring, and I am nowhere near touching the hugeness of it with those words. For those who have been asking about the timeline for the newly forming equity committee, I want to assure you that we are so close. We are meeting again next week to work towards finalizing a list of committee members. And we are giving great care to ensuring that communities that are too often left out of this work are represented in this new group. I am very excited and very hopeful about what is to come. Upon reflection, it is clear that the district's equity work focused beautifully on students. However, I would like to push us to include more work in the realm of equity that centers staff. We're hearing loud and clear from our educators that we are having to make changes if we want to tamp down the hemorrhaging of staff leaving the classroom and our district, whether temporarily or permanently. So I want to be sure to take a moment to say thank you to all of our district staff, with an extra special nod to those who are in direct contact with students, the bus drivers who pick them up in the morning and drop them off in the afternoons, the folks at the front doors greeting them and sending them off at the end of the day, the kitchen staff who fill their bellies, the counselors for lending support as students navigate their social, emotional, and mental health, the educational assistants who keeps our schools afloat, and all of the beloved teachers who are not only teaching our students, but who have become de facto counselors, medical care providers, subs, transportation advocates, hall monitors. The list goes on and on. It is hardly complete. I see your work and I hear that this work is costing you emotionally and physically and relationally, and I am so very thankful. I've been thinking nonstop about the EEA survey results that we received last week and about how we can lend support to our educators. I know the challenges are complex and the answers difficult to land on. I know we have made and will be making some decisions to alleviate the burden on educators so everyone can catch their breath and find the time to do all the things needed to better serve our students. I celebrate these moves. However, like many, I do recognize that they are Band-Aids. And I also recognize that Band-Aids do stop bleeding and they do allow wounds to heal to a certain extent. Because when a wound needs more care than a Band-Aid can provide, sure, the bleeding stops, the wound essentially heals, but it leaves behind a scar. And here's the thing with scar tissue, you can't remove it. Once you have a scar, you can go to extraordinary measures to mask the scar, but you cannot eliminate it. And scar tissue hurts. Scar tissue affects flexibility, something we know all educators rely on. Scar tissue starts to impact other parts of the body, compromising other components of an interrelated system. So today I want to propose that in addition to our Band-Aids, for we should always have a collection of Band-Aids of all sizes at our ready, we need to start imagining how to make shifts on a systemic level that will allow for healing that minimizes scarring. On this visit to South Eugene High School I took yesterday, I learned from the brilliant engineering CTE teacher there, Lally McKenzie, about the importance of separating work into 3 components: the challenge, the approach, and the result. You can ask Superintendent Vandekar. I've been talking about this nonstop. So often we can put our finger right on the challenge and then collectively dream of the result, but we get stuck on the approach, or we get stuck on attempting to use the same approach over and over and over. My suggestion, my hope, is that we recognize that the contract proposals our unions put forward are literally blueprints for the approach component of that 3-pronged work: challenge, approach, results, that we are taking on. It is time we trust our educators as experts. It is time we respect them as professionals. It is time we don't suggest through bargaining that they are asking for more than they deserve or need. It is time we walked by their side. So I suggest this year, we go back to the bargaining table and simply say, we accept your proposal. I'm not naive. I know some folks won't appreciate my suggestion that we honor our educators' roadmaps for how to make their work more manageable, for how to make their work more tangibly supported, and for how to optimally compensate them for their work and extend a sense of security. But we are on the precipice of losing more and more teachers, more and more instructional assistants, more and more nurses. You get the point. Our staff not only deserve a brave and bold move like this, and truly it is both bold and brave, they need a move like this. All of us up here are quick to say how much we appreciate educators. This would put forward an action that would back up those words significantly. Let's please bring an end to this season of bargaining and direct our bargaining representative to accept their proposal as laid forward. If we aren't brave and bold now, then when? After even more folks leave? Can we wait? Thank you.
Okay, who wants to go next?
Me.
Okay. Who said me? Okay, we have Mary or Gordon or Martina, I think.
All right, I'll go.
Okay.
Like many others, this morning I was, it was cold out there at 7:30, but I enjoyed the walk to North Eugene. Lots of students, lots of good support, people honking and so forth. So it's good to see that. I'm your representative on the EEF board, and they released a press release. Nearly $150,000 were released in grants to 4J. So thank you, EEF, and thank you for the generous donors that have supported that. And then last night I was scheduled to attend a 90 by 30 fundraising event, but since we had the special meeting, I couldn't go. But it's an organization at the university set up to prevent child abuse. And then I have been enjoying volunteering at Adams, serving meals to kids. So it's been fun to be back in school and see some of the kids I know. And I also want to call out thanks to staff tonight, and thanks for the hard work that the staff do every day. And I just find this, ironic given the criticism that staff, especially the superintendent, has endured. But I want to also point out that on Saturday, November 13th, it was World Kindness Day. The purpose of World Kindness Day is, quote, groups, individuals, and peoples are encouraged to go out and be kind to others, whether it be work, home, school, or just in public. I don't know how anybody can disagree with that. Any rational person should agree with that, especially with all the comments tonight about the hard work of staff. In fact, on June 5th, 2019, the 4J board publicly offered a letter of support to make the cities of Eugene and Springfield cities of kindness. In the letter, quote, Eugene School District 4J is committed to creating a safe, inclusive, supportive environment for all students, staff, and families. Our basic belief that the core values are in alignment with the goals of the campaign to make Eugene and Springfield kindness cities, and are reinforced by the efforts of the campaign. You no doubt have seen signs in our schools and around town supporting this campaign and putting it into motion. I applaud our staff who live this every day, especially our teachers in the buildings, support staff, and people that deal with kids all the time. And I applaud them for making their way of existing in this world. I was shocked, dismayed, and angry with behaviors by members of this board who publicly and willfully attacked a 4J staff member who works with the board for wearing a shirt that said, "Be kind." The behavior is deplorable, reprehensible, and unbecoming of any elected official, and certainly a school board member who is supposed to be a model for our kids. The behaviors are also in violation of school board policy. Policy AB, non-discrimination. Policy ACB, hate symbols and bias incidents. Policy BBF, board standards and conduct. And harassment and bullying, board policy JFCF. Tonight, I'm going to take the high road, and I'm not going to publicly name those people, as that would be a disservice to those persons and disrespectful to the board as a whole. I find this also ironic that as we've worked through our working agreements, one of the sections that was to be added was about bullying. And this is exactly what this is. I am acutely and painfully aware that the statement I'm making tonight and the actions that I may pursue down the road will put even a larger target on my back, and the attacks on me personally on social media will continue as they have in the past. To those who would do that, I'd say bullies don't scare me. Go ahead, words don't hurt me. I've faced a lot tougher things in my life than a few unkind words. I cannot, in good faith, as a member of this board and a human being who believes in spreading kindness and trying to make the world a better place, sit back and allow this behavior to continue. I will not be silent, and I will not be complacent in this behavior. We need to spend our time and focus on the kids. Thank you.
Thank you. So Gordon, you want to go next?
Sure, I'd be happy to go next. Just a couple things about tonight's meeting that people mentioned. I also want to thank the leadership of the district staff and the board chair in responding so intelligently and effectively to the situation we face. I'm thankful for a lot of things about Laurel O'Rourke, but including her comments tonight. And I also want to say how much I appreciate my board colleague, Alicia Hayes, who I have often disagreed with, but who has given thousands of hours of her time and her energy and her intelligence for no other reason than trying to make life better for students in our community. I'm grateful that she's continued to serve as a leader in a community, and I think anyone who doesn't see that is not seeing things clearly. I want to talk about a couple other things. First, what Maya talked about, which is the crisis of, I think the number is 180 teachers in 4J who say they are actively thinking about quitting, which is a crisis that is going on every day in the schools. And I think it is not always felt. I'll just say for myself, it's not always felt in board meetings, but it's a crisis that we need to take as seriously as possible. I would like to hear down the road what steps the district can take to find out what the things are that are causing so many people to think about leaving, what steps we can take to address that. And in the meantime, I want to support Maya's call that we that we honor the integrity and the wisdom of our teaching staff, and that we accept and agree to teachers' proposals, conclude negotiations, and not stay in a kind of bitter adversarial relationship at this time. I know this is what we try to do every time, but at this time above all, when we're trying to do everything we can to keep staff working and to support staff. I also want to briefly talk about the Camas Ridge situation. When Camas Ridge parents have raised concerns about the plans for their school, it's sometimes been viewed as the complaint of overly privileged people from South Eugene. I understand why people might think that, especially given the dilapidated state of some of our key schools in the North region, such as Kelly Middle School. But I think it's a mistake to look at it that way. Camas Ridge is a Title I neighborhood school serving a diverse student body. But most importantly, the most important parts of the complaints voiced are about process. And this is something that we really need to fix for everyone, not just for Camas Ridge. We received a letter signed by all of the officers of the PTO. And to me, here are two of the most glaring issues. One is windows. The current Camas Ridge has a ton of windows in every classroom, something that both teachers and parents unanimously have identified as important. The new design calls for much fewer and narrower windows. When both I and Camas parents asked at the last community meeting about this, the Pivot consultants told us that the district's ed specs, based on a survey of teachers, had identified the design with fewer and narrower windows as what's best for all schools. So that's what every school was getting. But it turns out that many other schools, including newly built Edison and Gillum, have much more and bigger windows. This kind of treatment and communication with the public breeds mistrust and cynicism. And I still don't know what the real answer is, and would like to know what the cost implications would be, and if it in fact is possible to have windows at Camas like the building used to and like Edison and Gillum has. And the second thing is what one of the public members commented on, which is the design for the building's exterior, which was not shared with anybody until the final meeting when it was presented, that to me looks like a warehouse, entirely corrugated metal. Again, if we have no money and this is all we can afford, I understand that. It's much more important what happens inside school buildings than what they look like from the outside. But I also was at the meeting at Edison where the community was asked what its preference would be, how the new building should look. I know that it's getting brick face. And so again, I feel like there's a process issue here that we need to be straight. We can't kind of play games with people in a way that ends up with embittered relationships between ourselves and community members. And that's an issue, whether it's at Camas, Kelly, or anywhere else. And I hope in this situation, because Camas is the one here, that we can address this between now and when the final plans are made. Thank you.
Thank you. Martina.
Okay. This has been a challenging evening for me. I had a lot of thoughts about other things that I'm sure I'll get to share at other moments in this meeting. But watching the events of tonight from afar has been hard. I was already on Zoom tonight due to an injury, and watching in physical pain from home was really hard. And I feel emotional pain thinking about just the tenor of discourse in the country right now. So really what I want to say is a huge thank you to our staff and to my peers, and to our staff in particular who really work so hard to create comfort and continuity amidst disruptiveness. I see that directly when I see our staff in the Central District office. respond to disruptive comments, but I know that this is also happening at the school level. And I have so much respect for the people who are staffing the front desks, who are often amongst the lower paid folks in the district and who are, really at the forefront of bearing the brunt of this kind of behavior. I really appreciate what you are doing. And I'm so sorry that receiving this kind of behavior is part of your job now. And I really appreciated the speaker who acknowledged that working right now amidst this makes a lot of people reconsider whether they want to enter or stay in the teaching profession. My work is caring for survivors of trauma, and I am seeing trauma occurring daily. And that is just so hard. That this trauma is part of what leads to burnout. It's exhausting, it's demoralizing. I'm just sad. And because it keeps coming up, I would just love it if people could stop confusing who does and doesn't stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're going to criticize someone, please stop criticizing Alicia. It's me who chooses not to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I choose not to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance for reasons that are personal, that are sacred, and that are 100% supported by the Constitution. I show my love for community and country through other actions. And to quote James Baldwin, I love America more than any other country in the world, and exactly for this reason, I insist on the right to criticize her perpetually. So if you're going to criticize someone for making that choice, please criticize me and not my peer.
Thank you. Okay. We have moved along in our agenda to the consent agenda. So I think this is the time probably to say if you want to have something removed. Laura?
I would like to understand, I understand we can't talk about individual employees, but can I just remove resignations from the consent agenda and just talk in abstract about something that has happened?
I don't know that we can talk about personnel matters during the
I'm not talking about I am talking about something that happened, but this is about how something panned out. So it's my concern is for the district.
I don't know if Christine's on the call. I think that would be considered personnel.
Hi, I believe that this is something that that maybe needs to be discussed possibly in an executive session, depending. Ms. O'Rourke, I would need to know more. But the other piece is that if this is more of a systemic issue that you're wanting to talk about, then I would recommend that you discuss that at the end of the board meeting, when it's time for you to talk about possible items for action or discussion at a future meeting. That would be the time to discuss placing on the agenda a future item for discussion about a systemic issue.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it can apply to this, but since what I'm talking about has to do with certain people, it shouldn't come from the consent agenda. It should be at the end of the meeting, correct?
The board, right, that's correct. The board's role in approving the personnel action item is just to kind of ratify what has already occurred. A person has resigned or has been hired, and so that's the board's role.
And if we don't approve, how do we change that?
Well, I guess, people have a right to resign.
Superintendent Vanderkar, your hand's up. Do you have something to?
So I was just gonna clarify what I thought Laurel said, and I was just gonna say it again, so maybe Christine heard it or didn't hear it, I don't know. So what I think was said was, can we pull just the resignations off and off the consent agenda and you're saying no. Is that right, Christine? So just the resignations off the consent agenda.
If I don't consent to it, what do I do next?
I think you could vote no when we vote on the consent agenda.
If you want to pull this item off the agenda because you want to vote against it, then you can pull it off the agenda.
Okay.
But we can't separate out the resignations from anything else. We shouldn't be talking about personnel matters in an open public session. If
Okay.
we want to talk about a systemic issue, then the place to do that is by requesting at the end that it be considered as an item for action, or excuse me, an item for information or discussion, or some other venue for leadership to decide. Okay.
Can I pull it? So, but we can pull it off the consent agenda and I can vote against it, which is just symbolic.
you
I get it.
can.
But it is.
Yes.
Yep.
My right. Okay. So I'd like to pull resignations off the consent agenda.
Do we have to vote on that? Yes. Okay. Is that right? Do we vote
No.
on pulling it off? No, it's just pulled off. So we're going to vote on the one item that's on the consent agenda, and then we'll vote separately on the other item.
I think there also has to be a motion and then discussion if there's discussion.
Yes.
But it's a consent agenda, so it's basically saying we already consent to it. Is that right? And I'm saying I don't.
No, I think, Laurel, you asked to pull it off. It's coming off the agenda.
Okay.
Mary, do you have something to add? You're on mute.
Yes.
There, okay. Point of order around Robert's Rules of Order. The consent calendar is just a way of speeding up business. There are routine items that are approved by the board. Any board member can pull an item off for either further discussion or an explanation. So I would suggest that we go ahead and approve the second item on the agenda, on the consent agenda. And Gordon's right, we need a motion to approve that and then come back and take a separate vote on the personnel action, which I believe you have to vote on as a whole thing. You can't separate pieces of the item.
Okay. So do we have a motion for the one item, the second number 2 item on the consent agenda?
Martina has her hand up.
Oh, Martina.
Yes, I move that we approve meeting minutes October 20th, 2021 and November 3rd, 2021 from the consent group.
Do we have a second? Maya seconds it. So Martina has moved and Maya second. All those in favor say aye by raising your hand, please, so we can see it. Opposed, same sign. That motion passes unanimously. And do we do this immediately? We go down for items for action now. Put this on the agenda. I think let's just deal with it here. Mary?
Technically, you should put it under items for action at the later part of the agenda, but I think we've always just dealt with it right away, which is probably a better way to do it.
Okay, great. All right, we will now entertain a motion for the first item on the consent agenda, which is approving personnel action.
All right, I move approval of personnel action.
Do I have a second? Thank you, Mary. Martina has moved and Mary has seconded. Is there a discussion?
As far as I understand, no discussion, and I bring it up later from what Christine says.
Okay, Gordon has his hand up. Thank you.
I guess I just wanted to, I mean, without taking too much time, I kind of wanted to clarify from Christine. I don't know what the concern is about this, but if my understanding, and I guess tell me if this is wrong, is that there's no way for us to talk about what the concern might be, even in generalities that don't touch on any particular individual at this point, that we may be able to, if Laurel makes a motion later on. But so right now, we need to vote one way or the other, but without really knowing what the concern might be. Is that right?
She can express her concern, and I mean, this can be discussed. I do have some concern that this may veer into a discussion of individuals, and really that should not take place. Additionally, if there's a more systemic issue to be discussed, honestly, the place for it is not in approving a personnel action item. The place for that is to address it in a more fulsome fashion by placing it at the end. So I'm not sure what the issue is, so it's hard for me to further judge this situation. But no, Laurel, you're not barred from providing a statement here or something.
Okay. So I'm going to try to talk about this, and I will take your direction, Christine and Sydney, if you're like, please. Yeah, okay. But I think being a government worker, I'm pretty good at saying nothing really well. Sorry, just said it. Sorry, Alicia. So my concern is there's a staff member that there's a policy, I'll say it at that. It seems to be a policy, but I don't think it's a board policy. It's a 4J policy that a staff member was given an ultimatum when they didn't want to do a job that they weren't actually hired originally to do. And instead of going back to being able to go back to their old job, which they had, they were just told that they had to resign or stay in the position that they were in. My concern is at a systemic level, because in Lane County and the city of Eugene, there's a way you can have a job, try to do something else. If it doesn't work, it's a no harm, no foul. You get to go back to your old position, and they fill the position with somebody else if they can. I'm concerned that because of our staff problems and everything that's going on, why would we have a policy where we just give people ultimatums and kind of, it seems like almost like playing chicken with, I don't know, is that a rude thing to say? I don't know the background of that. You know, just kind of say, maybe they won't quit and they'll just have to keep doing the whole big job. But really, we lose amazing staff because they're just doing their self-care. So, and I'm talking about this, I became aware of it from a letter to the board, but I am looking at this as a concern in HR policies. And I just wanted to know if that is our policy, and if so, I would like, I could bring it up at the end of the meeting to work on policies around this, because I want to be taking care of our staff.
Laurel, thank you for giving us an insight. I think that would be a good thing to bring up at the end to suggest for an agenda item if you want more information on the policies around that, correct? So is there any other discussion about this before we vote? Then I think we will entertain a motion. Martina?
There's one on the table.
Oh, that's right. Okay, let's call the vote.
Wait, I have a question.
Yes. Maya.
What happens to these personnel actions if we don't approve them?
I believe we can't hire those people and we don't accept their resignations, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
I think a resignation should be voluntary, and so would hiring. So I think if there's a systemic issue, it should be dealt with differently.
My point was that it wasn't voluntary. It was forced.
Hearsay.
That was rude, Mary.
Gordon.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I think this may have already been asked, but I thought, Christine, that you had said earlier that essentially even if we didn't approve things, it wouldn't have any material effect on what's going to happen. But I wanted to clarify that.
For hiring, the board is supposed to, I mean, it's never been stress tested. But the board is supposed to ratify the personnel action items. In the case of a resignation, a person has the right to quit. In the case of a hiring, I think that it would create a problem for the district to employ that person if the board refused to ratify. So that creates a conflict for human resources and potentially jeopardizes that person's employment. That we might give it a couple of weeks or something, but that would be a concern.
Thanks.
Any other discussion?
I would just like to, if there was another, it seems to me that having this all together doesn't seem appropriate when they're not the same things. Like hiring is very different from resignations. And maybe there's another way we can have a discussion about this, which I would very much want to do, but and like you said, Christine, perhaps it's executive session, but I think then we need to have a policy about if we want to remove things, we need some vehicle to know how to do this.
So we can ask to have that as a work session or a future item at the end of the meeting. So I think we will call the question on this item. Martina?
I think I,
all right.
I
It's
think I
already
did
a
everything.
motion. Okay, we are voting to accept the item on the personnel action on the consent that is now off this. It's just on the regular agenda. All those in favor say aye and raise your hand, please, because I can't hear everyone. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maya, was your hand up? 6 votes. Yes. All those in favor, all those opposed, same sign. Okay, so the motion passes with 6 voting yes and 1 vote no, which is Laurel O'Rourke. Okay. Now we are moving on to items for information, and we'll receive information first about board policies prohibiting racial harassment. And we're inviting Misael Flores Gutierrez, Director of Equity, Inclusion, and Instruction, Joel Lavin, Student Services Administrator, and Christine Nesbitt, General Counsel, and Larry Williams, Director of Equity, Inclusion, and Instruction. You have the floor.
Thanks so much. And Joel, you're there, and great, everyone is here. I'd like to introduce folks. I'm Christine Nesbitt, the General Counsel, and with me are my colleagues Larry Williams and Dr. Misael Flores Gutierrez. We're so proud, they are the equity and inclusion directors, and also with me is Joel Lavin, who is the student services administrator. And all 3 of these gentlemen were former school administrators, and so they bring a wealth of experience. And this really is work that is at the intersection of policy and practice. And so our hope tonight was to be able to review the policies and laws that relate to racial harassment policies, because we do have a number of policies that are potentially applicable to situations of racial harassment, connect them to some of the practices at schools, and look at possible next steps. We looking ahead, we do have policy changes in the works. And so this is a prime opportunity to reflect and consider whether we may want to take additional steps to enhance our policies. So with that, I will share our screen. There we go. Okay, so I would like to start, whoops, sorry. There we go. There are a number of possible laws and policies that apply to acts of racial harassment. And so I'm going to go through the major ones and connect the law and the policy. The first and foremost, we have our foundational policy against discrimination and harassment. This is policy AC. It prohibits discrimination and harassment based on protected status of different types. The list of protected status types are determined by state and federal law. The discrimination policy addresses multiple types of issues, including discrimination, harassment, equal access to programs, discriminatory discipline, discriminatory assignment to SPED services, among other things. So it's a policy that covers a lot of territory, but includes racial harassment. Like I said, the legal basis for the policy is Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and Oregon Revised Statute 659-850. The Title VI is the foundational federal law relating to discrimination in educational programs on the basis of race, color, or national origin, prohibits discrimination on those bases. It applies to all federally funded programs and activities. And school districts can violate this policy when, as one example, peer harassment based on race is sufficiently serious that it creates a hostile environment, and the harassment is either encouraged, tolerated, not adequately addressed, or ignored by staff. Now, there's a difference between harassment and a hostile environment. Of course, harassment need not be intentional, it need not be repeated, but whereas a hostile environment occurs when acts of harassment reach a point of severity, pervasiveness, and persistence that they interfere with a student's ability to participate in or benefit from the educational program. The school's responsibility is to investigate known instances of harassment and when substantiated, to take prompt and effective actions that are reasonably calculated to end, remedy, and prevent harassment in the future. We have a complaint procedure that's associated with violation of the discrimination and harassment policy. It's ACAR, but that cross-references to our uniform complaint policy. And my colleagues can tell you a little bit more about how that works at the schools. Whoops. One more piece here. Well, I don't want to go into too much detail, but under Oregon law, there is a broader definition of harassment and discrimination that applies, and it's also covered by that policy. A separate policy is JFCF, and that is the Oregon's harassment, intimidation, and bullying policy. It applies when, to actions that occur on or immediately adjacent to school grounds, at any official school bus stop, a school-sponsored activity, or on school-sponsored transportation. In Eugene 4J, we've actually broadened those locations a bit as a matter of policy, so that they encompass some of more off-campus conduct that can create disruption or does create disruption on campus. Basically, this policy prohibits actions that substantially interfere with educational benefits, opportunities, or performance, and have the effect of physically harming a student, damaging property, knowingly placing a student in fear of the same, interfering with the psychological well-being of the student. It includes, but is not limited to, harassment based on race. This policy is very developed in the sense that it really clearly spells out staff expectations for compliance, for reporting up the chain. It places on administrators the burden of investigating incidents or allegations of harassment, taking interim measures, taking corrective, remedial and preventive measures, and notifying families. Again, there's also a complaint process associated with this one that they can, my colleagues can tell you about. Major incidents are recorded, major violations are recorded. The policy addresses how it is publicized, and there's a citation to the applicable law. And this is a legally required policy. As I mentioned, in the near future, we're going to be updating this policy because there's some legislation that came along with it. This is probably our most frequently used harassment policy, based on my experience. Then, as we go along in time, over the last year, the Oregon Department of Education and then the Oregon legislature created law relating to hate symbols and bias incidents. This is now known, it was called All Students Belong, and now it's known as Every Student Belongs. We have, let me just say, the impetus for this, I believe, was trying to get at away from a punitive approach or a solely punitive approach, and trying to look at racial and other forms of harassment in a more systemic and educational sense, and recognizing that it wouldn't be enough to approach these issues without an educational component. And Joel will be able to tell you a little bit more about that. So what's prohibited by this policy: displays of hate symbols on district policy or in district programs. The policy requires procedures for bias incidents and displays of hate symbols. It applies broadly to persons who are directly targeted, as well as the community. I've already talked a bit about the intent that we take trauma-informed, healing-centered, and educational approaches to incidents of hate symbols and bias. We have a very developed bias incident response process in which we define what a bias incident is. That is an incident that it relates to a person's perceived race, color, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, or national origin, and for which a criminal prosecution or investigation is not appropriate. So, and I forgot the first bullet point, the most essential. It necessarily involves a person's hostile expression of animus toward another person, and on those bases. Our policy, I'm proud to say, also prohibits hate crimes, even though they're outside of the definition of a bias incident. Hate crimes are also fall within the ambit of that policy, and that is simply a crime that is motivated by a bias based on protected status, and that is a hate crime. Joel, do you want to talk about the response that we provide under the procedure?
Yes, absolutely. So as you can see, one of the most important aspects of the response is that there's immediate action taken by the administration and the staff at the school. So I think the first order of business is to make sure that there's an assessment of the physical and emotional safety of those that are involved, and that the administration and staff in support take immediate action. So that involves things like acknowledging the impact of what's happened to the student or the people that are impacted by the bias incident, as well as trying to prevent further harm. So that includes taking time to make sure that the staff and well-being that were involved have been addressed and taken care of. And as was mentioned earlier by Christine, we want to make sure that those actions taken by the administration and staff are trauma informed, and that staff are taking an anti-racist and racial equity lens in the way that they're acting during this situation. In addition, if you don't mind, Christine, going on to the next slide, we want to make sure that we've notified all of the persons involved that are impacted by the investigation, including parents and other involved parties. And we want to assess the allegation itself to make sure that the incident is determined to be an incident and not a crime, because when it becomes a crime, there's other pieces and aspects that need to come into play. And trying to determine which policies are going to be needed to be taken action on, whether it's a sexual harassment is involved, or there's other threats of violence that need to be acted upon. Administration needs to take clear steps to investigate and collect facts, and to do so carefully, as sometimes during investigations we can cause more harm and re-traumatize those who are impacted by the bias incident. And we also need to really look at all of the aspects. So if you don't mind going on to the next slide here, we want to consider what aspects are in play here. Oftentimes during these incidents, there's lots of power dynamics in place, including race, culture, language, sex, gender identity, disability status, and the intersection of all of those. So we have to consider what the conditions are during that incident, and all the people that are impacted, and how the person who caused harm is playing a role during the incident. And another good practice by administrators and staff is to consider who on sort of a multidisciplinary team that's supporting the person who is impacted, or persons, that those folks are considering who is closest to those persons impacted, so that they can be a trusted adult to help support the student or persons that are impacted during the event. Let's go on to the next slide here and talk a bit more about that. One of the things that does need to happen is that there's clear communication to the involved parties, making sure that we've let them given notice that there is an investigation occurring, and it's not over a long period of time, and it's not delayed, and that we also want to make sure that the parties involved know when there's an investigation complete, and that the findings of that incident have been clearly defined, and that we don't share sort of sensitive information to put those impacted parties in more harm. And then the other aspect that's very important is that principals, if it is a larger incident where lots of students are affected or impacted and ripples in the community, that the principal needs to consider some school-wide communication, or even possibly district-wide communication, and work with the communications department in the district office to consider how that communication is communicated to the community. And most importantly, we also need to ensure that there's a safety plan that's in place for students in the steps taken. So the only other piece that we want to talk about is the training and education requirement of ACBAR this evening. One of the important aspects, as Christine mentioned, is that this legislation, Every Student Belongs, and previously the rule from ODE, is really focused on supporting the educational aspects, and that this isn't sort of a zero tolerance process or specific disciplinary action towards students, but we want to make sure that the students involved learn from the mistakes that they've made in their actions in the bias incident, as well as understand that there needs to be not a perpetuation of further harms created by the language or the incident or symbols that were displayed. So that may involve the administrator and the staff working with the parties that were involved to have restorative healing circles, or to have some other educational processes if those parties are interested in volunteering to be part of such activity, and if there's well-trained facilitators to support that. And lastly, we want to make sure that the whole school community understands that these incidents are not tolerated, and that there's a historical context for why they continue to be perpetuated, and that we as a school community need to prevent that as a community. In many of our schools, we have racism-free zones, such as Spencer Butte, or the school I formerly worked at, El Camino del Rio, and these sort of stances that schools take are important in helping our school communities to prevent students from perpetuating such bias incidents. So having strong programs in advisories and in house programs can support preventing such events from occurring. Thank you, Christine.
Thanks, Joel. So this Venn diagram is just to illustrate the overlapping nature of the three laws and the policies that we work with. There will be times when all three apply, when only one applies, and that's just the nature of it. Because there are a number of potentially applicable policies, I really wanted to illustrate this point. Misael, I believe you're up.
Hi, Christine. I believe it's Larry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Larry. Larry Williams, if you're talking, we can't hear you. Hey, Larry, are you able to unmute? Okay. Okay, you're not right now. Okay. Well, maybe we can come back to Larry in a moment. Do Joel or Misael, do you feel comfortable talking about the student reporting form? I certainly can.
I'm comfortable talking about some pieces of it. And Misael, if you want to add in, you're welcome to. I believe that the safety reporting form was sort of redefined and rebuilt in around 2018. I know administrative staff were trained on that fall 2018, and the district made sure that all schools had these forms accessible to students. It was a green form. It was supposed to be a particular color, and it was to be placed in the front office, and administrators were aware of it and made sure that it was ready for use for students. In addition, there were trainings done to help students understand how to complete the forms, and it's also something that's been available for staff as well. Staff can review the forms written by students, and they often, especially if they're younger students, at times would help them to fill it out. And there's two sides of the form, if you want to take a look at that in your packets. And one side is meant to be used for staff, and the other side is for students. so that students can talk about who was involved and how it impacted the student who was harmed in the harassment or the incident that occurred towards them. And it's also a useful tool for the office to be able to process this information. Some of the complexities of the form, at times these forms come with multiple sources. Sometimes they come from different avenues, and students have different perspectives that are taken, which is complicated. It sometimes can lead to disciplinary action. Sometimes these safety forms do end with discipline in particular areas. We do have student safety reporting forms where racial harassment is checked, and principals often, assistant principals check that in the referral box if it ends up becoming something that's substantiated, where there was a racial incident that occurred, or if there's been ongoing behaviors where there's racial harassment marked on the actual referrals in the Swiss system. And if you're not aware, the Swiss system is the school-wide information system, which the district uses to process the referrals in schools. This is where you find all the minor incidents as well as the major incidents that are recorded. And the major incidents are initially recorded in the Synergy system, which is the database for students school-wide for attendance, et cetera. And it also includes other important information such as grades. But the discipline information is collected in Synergy, and then it is transferred into the school-wide information system. The school-wide information system is used for analyzing data in schools, school-wide, as well as it can be used district-wide. If bias incidents occur that were generated originally from the safety forms, schools can analyze those to look and see what patterns are in play. Anything else you'd like to add, Misael?
I think the only thing I would add, Joel, very nice, is some of the drawbacks of the student safety reporting form, in that there are sometimes where an incident takes place and say it's between two students, but then there are bystanders, and the group of students will each complete a form. And so sometimes that results in duplication of a single incident. And so that's problematic. And so in the next, moving forward, figuring out a better system so that we don't have that reproducing of, if it's just one incident, then it's just one form rather than 5 forms. And so that's just some of the drawbacks of it.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, some of these forms do not lead to discipline referrals. And the forms are a paper document that's stored by the administrator in the administrator's office, in a paper file. So it's not an electronic file.
Before we move on to the next steps and what's in progress, I think it's important to note that this is not the only mechanism for reporting. Reporting occurs in other ways, including from staff or verbal reports from students. And so this is an optional form for students, but reporting actually occurs in multiple ways. All right.
And the next steps really, yeah, thanks, Christine. Next steps is really for us to create the conditions in which we can use, or rather create usable reports. And by that, we mean reports where we can disaggregate the data. As Christine mentioned, we do record. I think we do a good job of that. It's now just a matter of having a system to disaggregate the data so we can better use it. And so we're currently working with the Synergy team. We're also updating discipline codes with Synergy team connected to the protected classes being harassed. We're also working with the 4J Swiss team, and Joel talked a little bit about Swiss.
And so we're working with them in concert, I guess, with also with the Synergy team. And then we're also reviewing referral forms across the district so that they're consistent. And then updating the safety form, which we just talked about, for ease of use for students. And then I think the last thing we're focusing on is just, you know, the use of the safety form with building administrators and making sure that they know how they're used and how they're recorded. And then also for students as well, incorporating instruction on the process of the form itself, perhaps into advisory classes and elementary instruction. And so those are just some of the next steps that we're taking.
And finally, as I noted earlier, there are some policy pieces that are going to be addressed in the next round of policy updates. And, you know, with policy AC and ACAR, there's an update to the definition of race based on legislation from the Oregon legislature this year. There is the possibility that we could build out a little bit more ACAR, so that it is the reporting and response process is more directly stated in that AR. We also are going to be bringing forward policy ACB, excuse me, for the board's consideration to align that with revised OAR and new legislation. And finally, we'll also be bringing forward policy JFCF on harassment. I know there was some wondering about whether to have a policy that is exclusive to racial harassment that addresses just that subject exclusively. If we did that, we still would not be able to eliminate any of the other policies. So it would be an additional policy. And I think, you know, there are pros and cons with doing that. And that is something that my understanding was that the board wanted to perhaps have a conversation about. So with that, I'll stop screen sharing, and it's time to for the board to have conversation and ask any questions that you might have.
I saw a hand up and it moved. Okay, Laurel.
Yeah, I have a lot to say about this. I didn't hear mention of how we work with Lane ESD and Holly. Can somebody speak to that? Because I've been told that there are principals that are refusing to allow their work into their schools, and it's been very frustrating. So I'd like to understand that more and see how, if we're addressing that.
I don't know who would be addressing that. Is that related? Is there harassment? Is that related to these policies, Laurel?
Yes, that's Holly's job.
Holly Johnson, but what?
Am I saying the title's wrong? Do you not understand what I'm saying?
I'm just wondering if people aren't allowing her in, and we're talking about policies around harassment. So I'm curious.
Are you worried I don't understand that?
No, I'm just worried. What kind of answer are you looking for to see who could take that question?
Well, Christina nodded her head, so let's give her a chance. I think she had something.
Okay.
I know a little bit about the work. We had the opportunity to meet. I know that the superintendent has met with Ms. Johnson and others from Lane ESD. I believe both Misael and Larry have as well. There had been some confusion over whether they were allowed into the building based on the essential visitor policy, if you will, or practice during COVID. That has been completely worked through, and they are assured that they are considered essential. And building administrators were introduced to all of them on Monday and had a conversation about the ABS program that they run and the opportunity to do some more outreach. I know some additional meetings are my understanding is they're going to be scheduled with the secondary level to go deeper on the Lane SD program so that we can really work in better partnership together.
And do we have policy around that? And this working relationship, do we have is it an MOU? What is it? What do we have that to make to support that relationship?
Well, I'll let Sydney, you're up, Superintendent Vanderkar.
So are you talking about with Lane Abs? Is that what you're asking, Laurel? Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I understand what.
Can you say that all out? Because I'm still learning all the acronyms.
Oh, Lane African American Black Student Success, Holly Johnson's crew.
Yeah, thank you.
So they work at Lane ESD, and they work and partner with us. So I don't know if we actually have paperwork that we've signed, but it's all through Lane ESD with us. So I don't know that we've signed anything. I haven't signed anything, but certainly I could look and check. I believe they're working with all of the 16 school districts in Lane County. So, but I can look into that and let you know. I just don't know that for sure. I know that we are connected to them because of Lane ESD and the dollars that come from the state through the Lane ESD, Lane Educational Service District.
Yeah, that would be helpful to know that.
Okay.
And I'll put myself back in the queue.
Right. Maya.
Thank you. So I also have a lot of questions, and I'm going to try to see if I can link them all together. And I thank you for coming and presenting this. I know it's in reaction to my wanting to invite Mika Contreras in to talk about the research she's done on how other school districts in Lane County have been approaching this question, because there's a handful that have decided to make that separate harassment policy. So maybe at the end, I could hear what the negatives would be to that, because my brain only goes to the positives. I'm a little bit concerned that we have all of this in place, and yet families and students are still feeling as though I'm going to use the word allegation. I'm sorry if that's not the right word, but their suggestion or allegation or complaints or whatever the word is to bring forward are not being adequately received and processed in a way that feels authentic to them. For example, today I was at Kelly Middle School and I met with a group of students, and we went around the room. They talked about things that they'd like to see different. And there was pizza. And then there was a significant number of kids at one of our most racially diverse schools who just with so much seriousness and concern said, we are not seeing racial slurs treated appropriately. We need bullying to be treated appropriately. And it went around the circle, and it really kept coming back to the use of language that is disparaging surrounding racial identities. And so, so here we are with a group of students. We have all these, there's a lot of forms, right? So for me, I see all these different forms, and I see that there's some things that happen with the bias component that is linked to every student belongs. And it doesn't seem that there's the same thing that happens if you designate on the racial or on the harassment form under the category of racial harassment. I didn't see anything about the education component to re-enter the school or the relationship with that other student. And I'm just wondering, I just have a lot of concerns, and I'm eager for more work to be done, and that we're not just staying where we are. I'm also wondering how, when we're gathering this data and putting it into Synergy, how is this data going to stay connected to the stories? And how is it not going to just turn into numbers that are coded and separated from the humans who brought this information forward? I'm concerned about that part also. And I'm concerned, as I'm concerned about if there are any sort of mitigation efforts in place to circumvent cultural relationships to school that would prevent some families and students from coming forward. I know just specifically in terms of the Latinx community, you don't go and complain to the school. You don't go and say this happened to my kid. And I'm wondering what we have in place with all of these. There's a lot of policies, and at the end I did lose track of the acronyms, I have to admit. I tried to keep track and my notes got a little crazy. But I'm wondering, like, what's in place to make it so that we're communicating not just what the policies are, but how to circumvent this cultural resistance to not seeing the schools and teachers and the folks running the schools. I mean, like principals, gosh, you're not going to go to a principal and be like, my kid was mistreated. You're just not. That's not something that happens. So those are a lot of questions I'm throwing out at you. And also I want to, in complement to this, I still think it would be really interesting to hear from Mika, so that those 4 of you who are working on all this work can also not have to reproduce the research that she has already done, because you guys have limited time and there's no reason to reinvent the wheel when she's already done a pretty deep dive.
Gordon.
Thanks. I also would like to hear from Mika Contreras, just to see if there are things, somebody who's done a comprehensive view of other things happening in Lane County. And I guess my concern is what happens when something actually happens in the classroom, because I know we have a lot of policies, but I've seen a lot of situations where there's racist, speech or actions of any kind. And I will say, in my own experience with my own daughter, at one point, Eric Anderson, who I think is on this call, was the principal. And when Eric was the principal, every teacher knew exactly what was supposed to happen and what the disciplinary consequences were and what the way to respond was. But in other places with other principals, every teacher was left in the situation where, like, on the spot, when something happened that had been totally unexpected, in that moment, they had to figure out what was the appropriate response. And that's obviously not tenable. And so I appreciate all the policies, but trying to figure out how do we get to that point where teachers or EAs or other educators are not having to figure out what to do on the spot in the moment, but that all of that is clear, is something that would be great to see. I don't know that it's easy to figure out, but I would like to figure out if we can get to that point.
Laurel.
Okay, can you wait? Okay, yeah, you can hear me. So I have a few things. So the first one is the form. It's very concerning to me that the first thing that it has on there, I'm sorry, I'm scrolling slowly to get back to where I was, is actually opposite practice for what should happen for if someone is dealing with racial harassment. So encouraged to raise concerns directly with the involved employee, school department, because that is often the most effective way to resolve them, is not true. If something happens to you and it involves the people, you're not to go to the people that did the something. You should be protected from that. And it's all throughout the step-by-step complaint process. It's pretty, I would say, old-fashioned terminology. And I'd love to work on, or either we work on at a board a new policy around that, or the district works on getting up to date with that, because that leaves the emotional labor with the person who has just been harassed. Another thing I would really love to see, and I think what Gordon was talking about, is really working on our policies. We have these policies. Thank you for going over those, Christine. I didn't see your slideshow in my packet. Are all those, I didn't see all the individual things. Can we get that sent to us so we can have that to go through? Because I really want to be able to know what policies we already have in place and compare them to what we're missing. Because we are, what I think what happens is we miss some of the ways that things slip through the cracks, right? And I think, Gordon, that was a great example in that we have schools that do it wonderfully, administration that has had probably more training and everything that they need, and then we have schools that miss it. And then the parents are left fighting for their children, more themselves as well. And I would like to talk about a hate and bias response team. U of O uses this. I think we have some people that work there. I think it's a great opportunity where it's not just the group of people that are at that school that have to, everything else they're working with, have to stop and deal with that. So I'd like to work on some of these policies, and I would definitely support having Mika come. Did I say her name right? Mika, come and talk, because she's been doing this work, and we are working with communicating more with our community, right? We want to hear their voices and what they have to say, especially if they care about what we're doing and what's happening. And I also will say I have been told many times where kids are not being heard, where it's not working, where the policy that's in place is failing pretty regularly. And so we do have work to do here.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
Laura, I think Carrie, I got a message. I see your hand up, Mary. I got a message that Larry is on speakerphone with, is that in your office, Carrie? Okay.
Okay, thanks, you guys. Sorry, had to move to an iPad, and the iPad now won't let me pull my volume. And I share your concern. Haven't been in that office for that long, but it's one of the things that's pretty glaring. Once you're in the position that Misael are in, we receive, communications from schools asking for support. I definitely think we have a long ways to go, and the policies are going to be structures that will help us once the incident starts. But our goal is to really begin to work towards prevention and looking at what does it take to have a workforce from top to bottom that can support students holistically and get us to a point where the policies are there for comfort, but not used so often. And so I hear what you guys are saying and couldn't agree more to the concern, because it's very concerning. And the other half of that is we're looking at disciplinary practices that we also have in place. So.
Thank you, Larry. I would really, what I'm hearing, and I think is always a major issue, is consistently implementing, knowing what you're implementing and consistently implementing a way so all students know how to respond, all teachers know how to respond, and all principals know how to respond. So it sounds, that would be something probably the board, what the plans are in terms of trying to get that kind of training, support, consistency for not only prevention, but also response. Anything else? Well, we thank you for your time tonight. It was really a very informative presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, I didn't really have any of my questions answered, and the top one that I have is what would be, from Christine's perspective, a negative to having just one policy. I know we have one that's pulled out for sexual harassment, and I'm wondering why that would be appropriate, but not one for racial harassment. And so again, like for me, I can only think of the benefits, and I can think of many, and I can't think of one. I would love that question to be answered before we move along, Judy, if that's okay with you.
Hi, I'm not sure there are any drawbacks that I can identify other than one more policy is just one more level of, I think, deciding what of application. So I'm not actually sure. I actually think it would do some good to have a policy like what Junction City has. It won't take away the other policies because, or replace them in any way, because we have to have those policies. Those policies are really come straight out of the law, and we must have those policies. But what I like about the Junction City policy is it really, it also on its face, it encompasses a lower level, a kind of lower level actions that, if continued, if persistent, can become a problem. I really like that part about it. I love the intentionality of the role of staff with that. So I'm not thinking there's a disadvantage other than, you can at some point get so many policies stacked on, and to some degree, because the law isn't different. In the case of sexual harassment, the law is profoundly different for that. We have to have a completely separate policy and a very complicated grievance procedure. Very different for other types of protected status discrimination under the law. That doesn't mean we can't do certain things as a matter of policy. It's just that that's the way so what you're seeing in our policy AC is relative more bare bones, and that's really a reflection of where the law is at. It isn't that we couldn't build that policy out. And like I said, I agree with the comments by board member O'Rourke around the need to build out more clearly the response, the reporting and response component. I think something got lost there's a gap between the policy AC and the KLAR that really needs to be filled. So I will be bringing that back to you for sure. But none of that is to say that we shouldn't be doing a separate standalone policy on racial harassment. That would be fine. It would be simple for our principals to incorporate.
Thank you, Christine. That was really very
and
helpful.
I'll just say I'd love to, we could talk with Mika directly about that too, and hear from her. Staff can. She's welcome to reach out, or I'll contact her.
Great.
Hey, Judy, if you don't mind, I just wanted to make one last comment.
Sure.
Yeah, so just to address what Gordon was speaking of, I do believe, our district last year did make some steps forward in building in anti-racism training for all staff across the district, which is also a good step forward. And continuing to do that work is essential in making sure that these policies actually go into good practice and implementation. So principals, classified EAs, bus drivers all need to be comfortable with speaking and talking about race with students and being able to address and interrupt racist behavior when it comes up. And so I think that part of the pieces that Gordon was speaking of is an ongoing project that I believe Larry Misael and many administrators are working on right now in their schools. So just, I think, understand that we're working on that as a district, and that's also part of the Learning for All initiative, which you probably heard a little bit about in the fall.
Okay. Laurel, is this something you want to have one last comment here, and then we'll move to the next agenda item?
Okay. So I had one thing is, I know you touched on data a little bit. We must have some data. It'd be really helpful to know what that was. And that would help us know, levels of what we're dealing with, but I missed it if it's in here. And also, I think training for the board would be really helpful, and not just like bias training or something, but if we're doing training for our staff, is there a place where we would fit into that training? Obviously, we probably don't need to report something right away while we're at a board meeting. We already have seen fun stuff at the board meeting, people know. But I think it'd be really helpful for our board to have some training around protected classes and all that, and what that means, and how that, what these policies, and you can talk about policies all day, but understanding why they're in place and the history and all these things is, I think, really important, and not everybody knows that.
Great suggestion, Laurel. Put that on my list here. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for your time. And I know we'll be hearing more back from you as these policies get built out. But I think the board is also interested in hearing about your implementation plans and any sort of data you have to share along with those, it sounds like. I was thinking the same thing. I'd like to, some of these other model policies, I wonder if they're working any better. Is there any data on there to show us? So that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, so we have another item for action, item for information that we need to hear tonight, which is the next one. It's received the student investment account SIA annual report. But the third item, which is the quarterly financial report, can be moved to December 1st. So let's hear the SIA annual report next. And then after that, we'll take a 5-minute bio break and come to our actions. So thank you, Eric.
Can I, Judy?
Yes.
May I point a person? I'm going to turn my video off just for this item so that I can rest my neck, but I just wanted to say that because I'm here and listening. I'm just going to be off camera for a minute. So Carrie, I am listening to you and not ignoring you.
So we have Eric Anderson, Director of Curriculum, and Carrie Delph, Chief of Staff, to come forward and present this report.
All right. Good evening, Board Chair Newman. For the listening audience, my name is Eric Anderson. I'm the Director of Curriculum. I'm pleased to be here this evening to present on behalf of Superintendent Vanderkar the annual report for the Student Investment Account. It is a requirement from the Oregon Department of Education to present an annual reflection to the school board and post our summary on the district website. The 2019 Oregon Legislature approved the Student Success Act, SSA, to invest more funds in public schools. About half of these funds are for Student Investment Account, SIA, with a very specific purpose: to increase academic achievement for all students, reduce academic disparities for historically underserved groups of students, and meet students' behavioral or mental health needs. The Student Success Act was originally funded at $2 billion per biennium and $200 million to the state school fund per biennium. As you can see on this slide, the biennial amount is cut in half for each year. In August 2020, the Oregon Legislature reduced the Student Investment Account funding for the first year from $472 million to $150 million statewide. School district allocations were slashed by more than 2/3 from originally planned budgets. The impact on 4J was a reduction from $13.4 million to $4.3 million. The district engaged extensive staff and community input in 2019-20 to inform development of its SIA plan to best support student success. Throughout the process, the district sought and collected substantial community input, applying an equity lens by prioritizing focused engagement with historically underserved students and families to inform our plan, and by disaggregating data to focus on our students in greatest need of additional support and identify the most pressing student needs. District staff participated in 49 engagement events and collected over 1,400 responses from 2 surveys. Funds are to be spent in some or all of 4 key areas for improvement: ensuring a well-rounded education, addressing health and safety needs, reducing class size, and increasing instructional time. The process led us to 9 initiatives: improve third grade reading, Learning for All model, enhancing the Natives program, Emergent Bilingual Student Success Plan, Behavior Framework and Support Services, Wraparound Support Teams, Best After School and Summer Programs. Reducing class sizes and full schedules for all 9th through 12th grade students were original initiatives, but were not funded through SIA this past school year and thus are not represented in the summary. I'll now briefly walk you through each funded initiative. To quickly orient you to the upcoming slides, the purple box is a summary, the orange circle defines our intended outcomes,
The green circle shows our original budget and the yellow circle shows our reduced budget. We'll start with improved third grade reading. This past year, we developed a core team to create the implementation plan for improving student reading skills by third grade. We hired a literacy TOSA and a pre-K TOSA and expanded KITS, Kids in Transition to School. Over the summer, we implemented professional development supporting research-based literacy skills, including phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. The Learning for All initiative will support all of our students by providing equitable access to educational opportunities. We will do this by improving our instructional strategies, including differentiation and expanding the continuum of services in each school. This will be rolled out and expanded over time with the goal of closing achievement gaps and increasing the amount of time students receiving special education services participate in general education settings. We hired 4 collaboration facilitators to help support our schools in implementing our high leverage instructional strategies and differentiating their instruction to meet the needs of all learners in the classroom. NATIVES is an acronym, stands for Native Americans Toward Improved Values in Education and Society. This proposal increased direct support services from the annual OIEP grant for our Native American students by expanding tutoring, summer camp, and educational and cultural programming. In the end, we were able to pay for approximately half of the coordinator's salary above and beyond the reduced plan because of our ability for carryover from the Indian Ed grant the previous year. The Emergent Bilingual Student Success Plan focused on the needs of our developing multilingual students, migrant students, and recent arrival students and families by providing them with additional staff supports and systematic English development, training, and collaboration time for teachers. The 4J Behavior Framework Initiative has increased supports for schools to improve behavior, social emotional learning, and mental health by adding a behavior consultant, 8 middle school behavior EAs, and 4 additional school psychologists. The Wraparound Support Initiative created regional care teams for behavioral and mental health supports for students experiencing crisis, chronic absenteeism, and/or other social and emotional needs, including students who are homeless, who are gender diverse, and/or part of other marginalized groups. The regional wraparound team included a social worker, cultural navigators, and 3 nurses. In the 2020-2021 school year, we reduced our BEST and summer learning plan to only offer extended summer reading program supports. We were able to do that. However, due to COVID ready school safe learners requirements, we were not able to serve as many students as we would have liked. This summer, we were able to run an additional K-4 reading program at Chavez Elementary, providing a reading boost to 153 more students for a total of 397. As I stated at the beginning of the presentation, we have a state requirement to follow at the end of each year of SIA implementation. We're to publish an annual report on the district website, present annual report to the board in an open meeting, provide opportunity for public comment in the meeting, and submit our report to the Oregon Department of Education. ODE asks districts to provide an annual report addressing reflections on 4 areas. The summary annual report that addresses each of these areas is posted on the district website and has been added to board book. I would like to take a moment to highlight a section from each area. Progress, positive. In paragraph 2, it states, during the pandemic, we have prioritized meeting the immediate needs of students and families, connecting our families most impacted by the pandemic with needed services and supporting students' mental and behavioral health. The immediate needs of our students and families have been supported with SIA funds and initiatives, other district funds, and partnering with outside agencies. Examples include professional development for staff on suicide prevention and trauma-informed practices, and providing direction to communities, resources to families in need. For barriers and challenges, beginning of paragraph 1, there have been significant and real challenges to the implementation of the SIA plan, largely due to the pandemic. First has been the inability to hire staff to fill positions that have been created. The district is experiencing extreme staffing shortages and unfilled district positions, including SIA funded positions. For engagement, in paragraph 3, it states, the district's SIA plan was developed with a tremendous amount of community engagement and input. During the pandemic, the district hasn't been able to hold large-scale in-person community engagement events. Instead, we have increased communication to parents to record levels. developed our platforms to engage with students and families at a distance, held virtual meetings and information sessions, and solicited feedback through online forums. Additional stakeholder input was solicited in spring 2021 to inform planning for federal ESSER funds. More than 1,550 responses were received from staff, parents, students, and other community members. Stakeholder feedback also was solicited on other topics throughout the year, including more than 5,100 student responses on school climate and distance learning, and more than 2,300 parent and 550 staff responses to surveys about distance learning and support services while school buildings were closed. Finally, around prioritization, in paragraph 2, it states, the district prioritized services directly supporting historically underserved groups of students, supports for the mental and emotional well-being of our students, and extended summer learning opportunities to help address unfinished learning realized during distance learning. We've also prioritized continuing early steps toward improving student reading by 3rd grade, including the beginning of the elementary language arts adoption process and plan. 3rd grade reading is a key factor for future student outcomes and was identified as a high community priority in SI engagement and planning. Thank you. I tried to make that quick.
You did. That's great. Any questions for Eric?
So what I wonder, Judy, is if, I know it's really late and we still have a lot to go. If there are questions, do you want us to answer them? I don't know, in the Friday memo, bring them to the next one. We had to do this today so that we could get it turned in on time to ODE.
I see 2 hands up, and that's Gordon and Mary. Are you okay with that suggestion, or would you like this right now? Gordon's okay, Mary? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that sounds great. Will you email them to
Carrie and Eric, or
Carrie
you
and
can
Eric.
copy me, but Carrie and Eric.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
Thank you. Thanks.
Mine isn't a question, it's a comment.
Great.
I would like to hear them. Will we hear them if they go straight to staff, or?
We were gonna, what I'm offering is to answer them and put them in the Friday memo. We could just say SIA questions answered, or questions and then answer. What's your comment, Mary?
My comment is I just want to thank the staff for the work. SIA is a long time coming. I think a lot of it goes back 10 years lobbying the state legislature. I'm glad they passed the SSA. I'm glad we had the meetings how many years ago, and glad that we have persevered even in the reduction of the money. So I just want to thank everybody. And it's really good to see the emphasis on the behaviors, because we talked about that before, and 3rd grade reading.
Thank you. And thank you for all the work on it. I know it's a huge effort, so it takes a lot of staff effort. Made great progress. So I said I'm going to have us take a 5-minute break, bio break. And when we come back, we'll be starting our items for action. And I'm just going to give people a heads up so you can just think about this. The first one is selecting the search firm. So I'm going to start that conversation, give every board member 1 minute just to summarize some of the positives for each one of the firms. Then we'll have a motion, and there'll be a chance for discussion if we need it for them. So everyone will get a minute, and we're going to time it. So just collect your thoughts about sharing a few of the highlighted positive things about each firm. And Gordon, was your hand still up from before? No. Okay, great. Okay, so 5 minutes. It is 10:39. I'll get 6 minutes, 10:45, please. We're ready to start again. If people have put on their cameras, excellent. Thank you. right. Great. Okay. Thank you, everyone. It felt good to just take a little stretch. And so I'm going to go first and model what I was talking about, since this was sort of a new idea. I typically don't go first, but I asked Lisa to hold up her stopwatch so we could sort of get an idea of where we are with a minute, but I don't know that I can see it.
When I start the clock, you'll see it.
Okay, great. All right. All right. First of all, this was a really interesting decision because we had two very different choices, two different firms, and I choose each one for different reasons. So I'm going to just talk a little bit about McPherson and Jacobson first. I thought they had huge networks, both local and national, with really contacts with diverse populations. Background reference checks were very deep, and they had experienced superintendents and a board member, which I thought was a plus. Alma Advisory Group, I thought they had a really very refreshing and deep community engagement process, student voice. They were great anti-bias trainings, equity experience, and just a new look at this whole process. And I really learned a lot from hearing from both firms. Thank you. Okay, who wants to go next? Should I just go around? Okay, Martina, thank you.
I'll volunteer to go next. Thank you. I like this. I like the structure a lot, Judy. So to say something positive about both, I agree very much with what Judy said about, being in a unique position because we're choosing from two very different groups in a lot of ways. I see McPherson and Jacobson as having a wealth of experience and deep networks and a lot of institutional knowledge. And I see Alma as having a really fresh perspective and bringing in a lot of new ways of approaching things that perhaps haven't been given new approaches in a while.
Great. So who could go next? Great, Gordon, thank you.
We're saying positive things about both, right?
Yes.
So make it a little repetitive. I also thought that McPherson is, very impressive, has a very extensive network of consultants and contacts, and also is very active at maintaining relationships with different organizations in education to, I think, constantly be in touch with people who might be good candidates. They've done this many times before. Alma, I think, was very, very strong, particularly on equity and on community engagement. They were really thoughtful about that and had ideas about how to make that meaningful and how to even build more trust between the community and board in the process. And I thought the upside of their being newer was that they were more likely to actually construct a search around our needs as opposed to following a known formula. Thanks.
Thank you. Mary, look ready.
So I'm going to speak about McPherson first. And for me, the positives were they have a national network of highly competent superintendents and would provide a great pool for us to look at. Certainly the price is a driver for me. With all that experience, price means something. They have a large staff, they have a Northwest team, they have expertise, they have superintendents on the team, they have school board members, which I think is really positive. And we can select the candidates that we feel meet our needs, and we don't have to take the ones that they necessarily refer to us. They have the capacity to do the job on a timeline that I still continue to think it's really tight. And they provide service after the sale. They will help us with the contract with a new superintendent, and they would help a new superintendent with writing goals. So that's my positives about them. Alma, as it's been said before, has a fresh face and new ideas, and my minute is up.
Thank you. Laurel?
So I have for McPherson, Deepen Resources has a plan that they know can work. And for Alma, female led, primarily female, I think, maybe in their entire staff, but all the staff we've met has been female. I feel they can pivot and they can hear us and change, and they were deep and engaging student. I repeated myself in my notes, engagement process, hungry for the work, but humble, willing to see where they can improve, and they can construct something around our needs.
Maya?
All right, I'll start with McPherson. Also, I like that they have lots of searches under their belt. That is absolutely undeniable. I also appreciated that they have a wide connection of established sources through which they can make contacts and do their recruiting efforts. With Alma, I just absolutely adore that they are women run, but not just women run, that they're run and owned by an Afro-Latina, which to me shows me why there had such a strong emphasis on equity. It's not something that they had to learn, it's something that's in their bones, and I feel it in everything that they say. And I'll close with a quote because it's the one that I keep coming back to. But it's the emphasis on the community and not being a filter, but being a microphone. That to me is just, I know I said it last time, and I'm going to say it again because it really resonated.
Right on the money. Nice.
Woo!
Alicia?
Don't time me for this question, but how come every time you give us a break, you give us homework? I just really want to address that. You know, I enjoyed both firms. I think they, I don't even need to take a minute because you guys have said it all. I think that is, we've got two good choices and we should always be thankful for that. So that's my minute.
Great. Okay. Everyone had a chance. I didn't miss anyone. So does anyone want to make a motion about selecting a firm? Martina.
Sorry, I'm briefly distracted by an ice pack. I move that the board enter into contract with the Alma Advisory Group for our superintendent search.
Is there a second to that motion? Laurel is seconding it. So Martina has moved and Laurel has seconded that we enter into a contract with Alma Advisory Group for our search firm. Is there any discussion at this point? Mary?
Well, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but the price of the two is concerning to me. Alma is much, much higher, almost 3 times as much. And I know they're young, they're new, they have some good ideas. And, you know, if they were lots of years of experience and had lots of superintendent searches under their belt, then maybe I could justify, as was suggested the other night, paying the extra $50,000, but that's not the case. And so I just feel really uncomfortable, you know, making that move. And I have, again, concerned about the capacity and their expertise. They have no active superintendents on their team for us. And capacity is an issue, and certainly timeline is an issue. And this issue, unfortunately, has been framed as if the firm we are hiring is the superintendent, with all the conversation around equity and doing the right thing. And we are just buying their services. We're buying their network of referrals. We're buying their expertise on running community groups. And so I feel like this has been skewed in really an unfair direction, and I cannot support the motion.
Maya.
So I know I mentioned earlier attending this engineering CTE class, but it really, like one day in her classroom and my brain is kind of exploding. And I just want to talk about another thing that I heard while I was in that classroom, where they were talking about these highly important projects that are done at Skunk Works, which is this like small microcosm of I'm going to forget the airplane building company that doesn't really matter. But the point is that every single one of their projects, part of their systematic approach is to stay with a small group, and that the bigger the problem, the smaller the group, the better, in the sense that then you have this cohesive group that is well known to each other, that communicates well, and that works together seamlessly. And I just, in terms of the capacity, that's where my brain goes to when I think about capacity, is I think about a group that knows itself well and that is working together. And it just makes me jump back to that. It's like, if the bigger the job, the smaller the group, feels very compelling to me.
Alicia.
Thanks. Well, I just want to start by saying, this was an interesting process. I thought it was a good process. I appreciated the second round. I said before, I think we have two really good firms. I really appreciate my colleagues and their questions and their ponderings and their thoughts as you make this decision. I think it's the first step in a really important decision that we have to make. So I want to say, I'm just going to give you my reasons. I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. I know you've already done your work. You run it through your equity lens. You know where you stand. I just want to explain where I stand on this. It's hard, like any interview, you're trying to figure things out as you go. So I had a few little cues that just, other than what Mary talked about, the money is a big piece, 3 times as much. But if you're going to get something more, you pay for it, particularly around the questions around equity. But I felt like both groups did a good job on answering the equity questions. And I thought they were actually rather similar. But that's just how I heard it. And I know other people heard it differently, and I respect that. I listened for certain things, and I will say, and I will check this out if we go with Alma, and that's, I think, where we're headed. You're trying to figure these groups out, and they didn't address at least 2 groups that are important to me. They, in their list of who they would contact, they left those out. I don't know if they left them out on purpose. I doubt it. I think that was an oversight, and that'll be a learning for them as well, if we choose them. And the other thing is, I actually, as I was part of the question writing team, put in a question that was important to me about groups that you will access and use. And Alma did not talk about the caucuses, the Latino caucus or the Black Superintendent caucus. And that's really important, because I've watched those caucuses grow. I've watched the people who have built them take pride in them, our superintendents of color as they build them. And I'm hoping it was an oversight, and I'm hoping they use them, because I think it's a respect thing for me. So those are a couple of reasons. I also, I'm nervous about their size and their experience for this big decision. But what I will tell you is, if that's who we choose, I will work with them. I will be happy to work with them for many of the reasons that you all have put forward in what you've said in the last couple of meetings that we've had. So thanks for giving me a second to explain my vote. I also just want to say I appreciate hearing from the community. Unfortunately, I don't think they got to see everything we did, because, and maybe the folks that have invited them this evening explained that they didn't see everything because of confidentiality. As we go forward, that's going to continue to happen in this search. And I just want us to be really good about communicating why people can't see everything, and not, and making sure we get the best search possible, which is, unfortunately, the best search possible means confidentiality. So we'll start the conversation on confidentiality here tonight. Thanks.
Any other comments from the board? Martina.
Thank you. So having made the motion, I think it's probably obvious sort of where I'm leaning, and I really appreciate what everyone said, and Mary and Alicia in particular, really appreciate the sort of criticisms or concerns that you bring up. I think they're really valid, and I've struggled with this because I really agree with almost everything that's been said about both teams. And I do think that choosing a team that's newer to the work of a superintendent search, that there are risks associated with that. And I guess where I've come to this is that there are risks to this process no matter what we choose. There are risks to choosing people who have a smaller network and less experience. There's a risk to choosing a team that has a really codified and solidified way of doing things and a really, specific a group of network of people, right? There's risks on all sides. And I think where I am coming down on this is just that I'm willing to risk for the possibility of hoping towards something new, and hoping that part of what we will be getting is a new approach and a new way to do things that may inform other processes within our district, and that I feel I will learn a lot from. And so I've just decided that if I'm going to take a risk, no matter what, I would rather risk for something that I'm hoping towards, instead of risking like making that decision out of being afraid that that I have to stay with what's safe. So that's just the personal place that I've come to, and I really respect everybody's beliefs and what they've shared about this process, and really appreciate the richness and fullness of the consideration that I feel has been given.
Others? Any other comments? I just would like to also make a couple comments, because I said in my introduction, this was a really hard decision for me. I really listened very carefully, and I've never really been on the board for part of a superintendent search. So there was a part of me that really feels very comfortable with someone with the experience and networks and background of McPherson and Jacobson. And I also have to admit, it was really exciting to hear the ideas of Alma. And so I really was torn, very, very torn. So part of me feels like I am open to learning new ways, and I'm hoping Alma will bring that to the table for us. So it's a scary vote for me, but I'm going to go with the new ideas and see where we end up. So, any other thoughts? Should we call for the vote? Oh, Alicia.
Yeah, so and I don't know if we do this here or later, but if we do the contract with Alma, as with anybody, I'd like to get a handle on their travel costs, because that was also one of the things that made me a little nervous. So I know you'll be negotiating that, but that was one of the things we didn't quite get clarity on, and which meetings they'll come to. So maybe we do that later but anyway, I just wanted to throw that out.
Well, I think
Thanks.
I think that's a really good suggestion. Thank you. And my thought is it's an all-inclusive price because of the cost, but we will be talking to them about it. Yeah. Okay, do we have someone? Oh, I'm going to call the question then. All those in favor of selecting Alma Advisory as the superintendent's search firm, raise your hand, please. All those opposed? Same sign. Thank you. The motion passes 5-2 with Alicia and Mary voting no, and I did this backwards, with Judy, Martina, Laurel, Maya, and Gordon voting yes for Alma, and Alicia and Mary voting no. So the motion passes. Okay, the next item for action is approving the resolution encouraging solidarity and support for student identities. Do I have a motion?
I move, oh wait, no. Is this for action at a future meeting or for action at this meeting?
It's at this meeting.
Okay, sorry, I just confused myself in the packet that I was looking at, and I apologize. I think as I've said already, my brain's a little fuzzy. So I move that the board approve resolution 2022-09, encouraging solidarity and support for student identities.
Do we have a second? Laurel. So Martina moves and Laurel seconds. Any discussion? I see none. So all those in favor say aye and raise your hand, please. All those opposed, all those opposed, same sign. The motion passes unanimously. Okay. Now we're on the item, consider revisions to the school calendar, and that's Superintendent Vanderkar. Thank you.
So the proposed dates are the day before Thanksgiving, which is 11/24. And I think my paperwork is sitting on the dais. So I'm just letting you know that it was all written out. And the other date is January 14th. And I sent out data that shows that the day before Thanksgiving is a day where we have a lot of kids gone. And some of the board members asked to see that data, and I emailed it out. And then the day in January is a day that I picked because it was part of the Martin Luther King weekend. And we have no date on that because it was just a day that I picked. So I don't, if you have questions, because we did send out information, you might have them. If not, then I guess we move forward. I don't know.
I see Mary and Gordon have their hands up. Mary.
First, I want to thank you for the data. That was very helpful. It confirmed what I suspected to be the case after being in schools a lot over the last 10 years with regard to the day before Thanksgiving. And I really appreciate the fact that you used the equity tool and sent that out in advance. So that's very helpful as a good example of how to use the tool. So I am supportive of the superintendent's recommendation for the 24th and September or January 14th.
Thank you. Gordon.
Thank you. I also want to thank the superintendent for all the work, and also just for being out in front on this issue. We're in a year where like things keep coming up at the last moment that we wish we had a lot more advance notice of, but that's part of leadership is being able to accept that and respond to them, and I really appreciate that. I have my two concerns. Is one is we've heard from teachers that in terms of the thing that would be most useful is to have days at the transition from term to term, which kind of intuitively makes sense to me, and that those dates would be December 6th, 7th, January 28th or 31, and March 18th, which both seems, I mean, December 6th is still fairly close, but it's at least, I think, 2 weeks later than November 24th in terms of notice to parents. Obviously, we have to balance what's good for the operation of the school with the needs of working parents and dealing with this in their own lives. But it seemed to me like those would be better dates, because I could imagine like you finish a term and you do your grading, and then to start a whole new class the next day seems, I don't know, obviously people do it. I don't know how they do it. So that would seem like a good time. And then the other thing is, I just want to make sure we vote that whenever these days are, that classified employees are not losing pay. Hopefully there's work for them to do, but even if they're not, like given that we're in such a, I mean, both how low their pay is to begin with, and that we're in such a crisis of trying to hold on to people, I just wanted to make sure that that's not a consequence of these decisions.
I'm having trouble thinking of adding new days now without having looked at the equity lens around them and the absentee rate on those days. And we did hear from parents, especially working parents, about the difficulty of the short notice, although there was a heads up of the potential. But I would be also willing to look at the December, I think it's the 17th, the day before winter break, which is a Friday, and also has data with a higher percentage of absenteeism that the superintendent provided us, because we asked her for that data as well. If that would give parents a little more lead time, that would be a month from today, as opposed to 3 weeks when we gave them notice last time. So I see Laurel and Maya having their hands up. I don't know which one went up first, so.
I think the superintendent also had something to say in response.
Right. Yes, sorry.
I was just gonna say it would be a work day for everyone, so classified would get paid. Remember, we have all those buses that need maintenance, so they'll be there working. I just wanted to answer Gordon's question.
Thank you.
Good. Okay, did I say I think it was Laurel and then Maya?
Okay, so I have, as you know, concerns around not taking days off, but the way that it's the planning around it. I believe there should probably be more days off. We all got a letter from Sabrina asking for that. I was hoping to see that today, that was seen and implemented in some way, because we have all the information that they need it, and that there's a lot of stress, and this is a great way to support our staff. She asked for the 6th and 7th. I agreeable to January 18th, which you already put forward. I think the 28th and 31st was another one, and also March 28th. I would like to, I do not agree with how this all happened with the day before Thanksgiving. I think it's a privileged choice that because the people who can do this have the ability to do this. And so those are the ones that are not there. We have way more letters to the board saying, please don't do this. Then please absolutely give us the day off. I would like to see us sit down and really plan several days off and look and hear what teachers are asking for. What would be helpful in between terms sounds really helpful. When I hear that they have to end one term, turn around and start another one on the next day with no chance to update Canvas, really, that's a lot of work. Give them a day in there. I get confused in Canvas. I can't even imagine if I had to update the whole thing. That's horrific. So I would like to see, I don't agree to the days put forward as they are. I'm willing to modify to something else. And to be really, I think it is also important that we choose some days today and put it out there, and choose more than just a few, because things are not going to get better just because it's January. We hear staff, what's going on. We want to, and this is a great way to say, we're listening. Thank you.
Sorry, Maya.
Yeah, I feel really strongly about the use of these days to benefit the staff that we're hoping to give some relief to. It's gonna compromise family situations no matter what, and that is really troubling for me, and I'm having a hard time compromising that. And I'm still hoping that we can find some support for our families, at least for future dates, if not for this first one as well, which I know is under a little bit of a time crunch. And I know that Sid and I talked in our one-on-one about maybe some ideas about how to involve community partners in providing some of that relief. And I'm hoping we can be really creative and imaginative with it. The January 28th day in particular, I find really important for us to consider deeply, for the same reasons that we took the October 18th day off. That's going to be the first day of semester 2 after the vaccine has come out for elementary aged students. And there's going to be a likelihood of an increase in students returning to in-person learning. And if teachers don't get a chance to do the literal physical preparation of their classrooms, the redesigning of where desks go and the creating space for those students, they're going to be doing that during their grade time. And as a parent, I like when grades are done thoughtfully, and I don't want that to be compromised. And I also don't want to have in my head the picture of teachers doing yet another thing that goes beyond their contract hours. So for me, that day is crucial in my mind. And for the same reasons as Laurel mentioned, the between trimester days, I find to be ideal. The March 28th, I'm sorry, I'm getting the dates confused. I really apologize. Let's just say the day between trimester 2 and trimester 3. I would really like to commit to also. I know it's in addition to what the superintendent has suggested, but I don't just see that as a benefit to teachers. I also see that as a parent of a secondary level student as a day that like it would be crucial in terms of mental health and social support for our students to give them that time as well. So I don't think the day before Christmas, based on the information that we got, seems like an ideal day. I also don't know if that's the best day to ask teachers to continue giving their all for a day that is crucial for the optimal instruction and service provided to our kids. So I would support the dates that that correspond with the trimester and semester transitions.
I think the superintendent had her hand up there. Did you want to say something more? Did you?
I was busy all day today. So when I got that email, there was no way that I could incorporate it into this. But I also want to say that December date that's early, it's 6 and 7, is not 30 days away. And I feel like we need to set some parameters. When can we ask for this? And that one's just too close. So we signaled that the Thanksgiving Day, we signaled it on November 2nd to families and staff. So that one is too close. We work on the other ones. I understand what you're saying, but it was a busy day today, and I'm feeling like to think that I can just put something together like this in the same day when I got the email the same day. I just think that's not okay.
Thank you. Mary, you have a minute.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you haven't spoken yet on this, and the others have, so go ahead.
Okay, well, I'm confused on what dates we're talking about. The recommendation in the briefing materials is for November 24th and January 14th. And now we've got all these other dates thrown around. So I think it would be helpful, at least to me, to identify what dates we're talking about. And if we don't like those dates, then amend the motion. And I also was busy all day, and I didn't get a chance to read the memo from EEA until this afternoon. And so I didn't have a chance to really digest it. And if we're going to use the equity tool and it's our decision, then isn't it up to us to do the equity tool? Or is it always the superintendent doing it for us, which seems counterproductive to what the whole point of the equity tool is. And it's not just, and I know teachers work hard. I mean, I've been volunteering in the schools. I understand what goes on, but it's not just teachers that we're trying to help out. We're trying to help out the custodians, the transportation department. And so I would like us to have a clear, concrete recommendation which is in our materials, which can be modified before we start throwing all these other dates and talking about dates in March and so forth. And I don't even know where the January 28th date came from because I'm confused. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know who was first, if it was Laurel, Gordon, or Maya, so. Okay, I'm gonna go left to right. Laurel.
Well, I want to, since we're still in the discussion part, is there a possibility to provide childcare at many of our schools on the 24th? To use maybe I know when I went to 4J schools, when we didn't have school, I know that was a light year ago, but we would go to the cafeteria and there was always somebody there, and we would have activities to do there. And I know that happened for my older children not that long ago, but it doesn't happen now. So if we are going to decide now, that we signal doesn't matter. I've had people asking me all week, what's going on? If we're going to decide now for next week, we need to have something for the children who will probably be left home alone if we don't provide something. Because people have to choose about keeping their job or what's going to happen. So I had asked about that at the last board meeting about childcare, but I haven't seen anything about that in the paperwork. Did I miss it? So that's really important. I'm saying I could be agreeable to the motion that is going to be on the table. If there was childcare that could be provided for at least for grade and middle school.
Okay, I realize there is not a motion on the table, so I think I'm going to ask Martina to make a motion so that we can know what we're talking about, Mary.
Yeah, and I think maybe it would be easiest because of the complexity. Maybe we could take it, maybe we could do each of the days separately. And that way we could talk about each of the proposed of the two proposed from our materials without confusing all of the days that have floated around. So that's just preamble to me saying,
can I just say that
oh, sure.
I think it might be easier because I think the superintendent asked for 2 days and these were the ones. So make the proposal with 2 days and we could amend one or the other. Otherwise, I think, so I'm just
sure.
Yeah, because I think we're looking for the 2 days, which we could also amend, but that
no problem. Okay.
Yeah, so I know you were trying to make it clear.
So, all right, and hopefully this will help with clarity. So the motion would be, I move that the board approve the calendar change to provide non-instruction days on November 24th and January 14th as recommended.
Thank you. And Mary, okay, so it's been moved by Martina and seconded by Mary.
So now we can have discussion.
Now we can have that discussion. Okay, thank you. Okay, Gordon.
Thanks. I'd appreciate everything that Sid said. I would like to, I guess, still do the December 6th, 7th dates. I also think, I know we signaled but you know, as Laurel said, we've got emails from people saying who obviously have not been believe that this is still up for decision and have not made plans around it. So I think the 30-day thing is a good rule, but I think in this case, we're not really doing it either way. And I know there's a lot of different reasons to pick a day, you know, that absenteeism is an important one. But in this case, it feels like it's not just, if we do the one that is in between terms, it seems like it's most important as support for teachers, but it also seems like it would be best for students. So like, this is a thing that we want teachers to be able to, you know, to do the grading right and to do as much as you can do right, starting a whole new class in a day, to be able to do that right. I could easily imagine, it makes sense to me that like you get a proposal in the same day and you're doing a gazillion different things trying to keep the district afloat, and then you come into a public meeting and it may just not be possible to make a decision on those other days. So if there is a way to say, from my point of view, to say we're due December 6th, 7th, and then I don't know how we do this without either we have a special meeting that the superintendent could take a couple of days, talk with EA, or that we like pre-authorize certain days so that superintendent has the authority to make that decision. But it seems perfectly legitimate to me to say this is something new, and it's not the kind of thing you can decide on the spur of the moment. But so that still seems right to me, and it seems legitimate to give a superintendent or staff time to be able to implement that or figure out if it can work. So I'd like to figure out a way to do that that's not unrealistic, but that still gets it at the possibility of doing it when the terms change over.
Alicia.
I don't think I was next, Judy. I think you had Maya and.
We have the policy. You haven't spoken on this yet, so I'm going to you before we get repeat. Yeah.
Okie dokie. I wasn't ready again. So a couple things that I was thinking. I appreciate that our superintendent wouldn't have put this forward, because this is what we talked about 2 weeks ago, were these dates. And we had some good conversation, and I appreciate the data that we asked for about which schools were hit hardest, if you will, which what I mean is we didn't see as many people gone the day before Thanksgiving. I thought, so that was very helpful to see. One of the things, you just can't say enough about how hard all our district employees are working in these very odd times. So I just preface it with that. But I did notice that North Bend had to cancel the day after Veterans Day, and the Seattle school districts had to cancel. And they had to cancel because of lack of staff. And I don't know that we can guess whether that's going to happen the day before Thanksgiving, but my guess is we are running so thin on staff, and I know administrators are in subbing, and I know we don't have subs, and I know if worst case scenario happens in pre-COVID times, we might put classrooms together, which we can't do. We just have all these issues that we just can't even, I can't fathom. I mean, I can't, it's all new rules. So my fear is we're going to end up, and I don't know, Superintendent, what your plan is, but my guess is we could end up closing schools at the last minute because of lack of staff, and not because staff isn't working really hard. I am no way saying that. I'm just talking about reality, and that there is no give in the system. I'm really uncomfortable saying, we want to look at equity as it relates to the day before Thanksgiving, but we're going to be okay with 2 days in December because we're going to run into the same problem with that. So I'm curious to hear what everybody has to say, but I think that hedging our bets that we are going to end up randomly closing schools, if that's what you choose to do, Superintendent, if you don't have enough people, you have to do something that we would be better spending our time and our day on that day before Thanksgiving. That's the way I see it now, but I'm curious what others think.
Superintendent, do you have any comment about that?
We did run data for not last year, but the year before that, for how many absences we have by staff. And the day before Thanksgiving, we have twice as many than the average of any other day. So if we follow trend, it is possible that, if we follow trend, we won't have enough staff to cover our classes, which means we will have to either close a classroom or a school, depending on what happens in that school.
Thank you. Okay. Gosh. Maya.
I think that the concern of staff absences is worth considering. I do also know that so many of the folks that I talk to when I talked about this day, reminded me that staff is technically not allowed to and is strongly encouraged not to take this as a personal day. That doesn't mean that it's not taken as a sick day, and I want to acknowledge that, and sick days are totally valid, and I don't mean to discount that. But I do think that there seemed to be a strong reaction to hearing that was included in our preparation, because they're like, what? I'm not allowed to take that day off. And I appreciate those rule following staff members. I do think that when or if we were to use the equity lens, we're going to find that no matter what, this is going to cost families, and those are the people that are immediately most negatively impacted. And at the same time, I was listening to a friend of mine who's on a board in a neighboring district in Lane County who said, we need to put oxygen masks on our teachers so that they can put them on our students. And I do think that it's causing an immediate impact on families, but in the long run, the whole purpose of this is to better serve our students. And to better serve our students, we need to pay attention to the days that will impact teachers' ability to do that work with the greatest oomph. This isn't like a thing that's going to solve all of our problems, but it is something that can solve some very immediate problems. And again, I'm going to remind us, like, we are going to have a flood of students at that semester transition. There are going to be students, and that's going to impact classroom communities. That's going to impact how classrooms are set up. And I appreciate the convenience of the October 14th day. Did I get that date right? Yeah. It feels convenient, but it feels really crucial to recognize that there's some work that is going to happen whether we give those teachers the time or not. And are we really okay saying that we're going to pretend like teachers aren't going outside of the scope of their contract to get that done? Because they will get the desks put in line. They will get everything prepared. They will do all the work that's going to go into welcoming new students into their classrooms. And likewise, the prep that goes into Canvas is monumental. And so those, I want to leave space for people to have comments, but I would like us to consider making these work relief days truly work relief so that the impact is as great as possible. I would like our bang for our bucks.
So I'm going to ask, I mean, people are, if you could keep your comments a little bit shorter and not, let's just try not to, it's getting late and we still have more business. And I know people have gotten to speak several times. So if you have something new to add, maybe let's just try to move it along. Okay, I have Gordon and Mary and Laurel.
Basically, I think it's critical that we do the transition days for the reasons that everybody else has said. But if the superintendent and staff are convinced that we're not going to be able to, that we're going to end up closing on November 24th, I mean, I would like to avoid doing that because it's so soon and I think parents don't have time. But if people really think we're going to end up closing, then I would be okay authorizing that in addition to the transition days. So I guess I would like to make an amendment that says to authorize November 24th. This is based on what the superintendent has said, and to authorize the transition days. I guess that would be my amendment.
Okay, Laurel.
Just point of order. Since there was a
the motion.
Do we have?
Okay.
I think we have to vote on the
second it.
amendment to the motion.
Need a second to the amendment to the motion first.
Right.
I'll second it.
To the amendment. Maya's seconding that. Gordon made an amendment of approving the 2 days the superintendent has and 2 additional days.
No,
That's not what he said.
No, it was the 24th, which is the first,
Yes.
and then the 3 transition days, which are the ones that I think the 6th, 7th,
And not January 14th. So
no, the days that are transitions between the terms, whether at elementary or at secondary level. And And as I said, if the superintendent thinks there's like some tweak to this that makes it more doable, I recognize it, but if we have to make a decision tonight, that's my amendment.
Can you restate the amendment because it's this long paragraph and.
What are the dates?
I'll
Just the
restate it.
dates, okay?
It's that we'd authorize November 24th. And then the 3 dates that are the transition dates, which were shared with us by the teachers, which I think is, we all have this in our email. I believe it's the December 6th or 7th, and then January 28th or 31. I'm not saying or as a choice, but I think one works for elementary and one works for secondary because the transitions are different in elementary, secondary. So December 6th, 7th, January 28th, 31, and March 18th. Those are the transition dates.
Is it 18th or 28th? Because I have the 28th.
And it's possible I wrote it down as a typo, but I can check the email. We all have it in our email.
Is it transition after spring break, correct, Sydney?
The 28th, it's the new trimester. So there's not a transition for elementary, but for secondary.
Okay, then that's my mistake. Yes, you're right. Thanks for the correction. 28th.
Friday, January 28th is the day you're talking about, correct?
March.
He's talking about both, Mary.
Oh,
Okay,
Yes.
that's why I'm confused.
yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Yes, both. As others have said, yes, the dates that we were given, I just made a typo and said 18th instead of 20th. So
No.
December 6th, 7th, January 28th, 31st, and March 28th, which will only be 3 days, but because the transition takes place differently in elementary and secondary, that's how the days work. Those are the days.
It's in the email as well.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't have a chance to do all my email. So I think we need to be really clear. I'm sorry, you read this quickly.
Okay,
November 24th, December 6th and 7th, even though one is for elementary and one is for secondary.
It-
And then,
look, the email, I can go back and look at the email. Sorry, Maya, if you have an explanation?
I have it in front of me. So it would be turning December 6th into an elementary no student day and December 7th into a secondary no student day.
and what about classified staff? I mean, you're saying, I'm sorry, is this your proposal or is this?
Gordon just made the motion. So, and then the next one would be, in my opinion, up to the superintendent, whichever is preferable, but January 28th is a Friday. And January 31st, but those would both.
Can we please be clear on the dates we're talking about within the context of the amendment to the original motion? Because now we've got more dates out there.
No, Maya said it exactly. So it's a day at the transition. It could be either the Friday or the Monday if the superintendent thinks one is better.
The amendment, Mary, is for the dates to be at the transition. A few of these, in particular, the January 28th has 2 options because the transition happens in the middle.
I
So
don't
the
need to
point
have
is,
it explained. I got it. I just wanted the dates. I got it.
okay. And then the last one for your sake is the 28th of March,
Got it. Okay.
all levels.
So to say it again, my amendment is to propose that we authorize November 24th. And then the 3 transition days that we just stated.
I have to ask a question then about this. So so it's November 24th, December 6th and 7th for everyone? No, so you'd have elementaries closed some days and
They have different schedules.
They have different transition days.
are we just doing this for teachers and not classified staff and everyone too?
We're doing it according to the, I mean, if you're asking a question, actually a clarifying question,
Yes.
we're doing it according to the school schedule of transition between terms.
I know.
And deciding that that's the most, so that applies to EAs as well. I mean,
but does it apply to the, I thought some of the things we heard was the bus drivers needed a break, we need maintenance, we need lots of other things done. So
These are more days.
So everybody will be getting the same number of days. It's just in the December case where the transition for elementary and the transition for secondary are a different day, then those days will be different.
Martina.
Mary and then Laurel.
I'm going to call the question on the
Martina
amendment.
hasn't talked in a while.
I'm going to call the question on the amendment so we can move on.
Okay, it takes 2/3 to call the question, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor of voting now, raise your hand.
Okay.
3 people in 4, and then all those opposed to voting now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So let's continue the discussion. Maya, you're up.
I haven't been able to speak.
I
on
don't
this
even have
item
my
yet.
hand raised. Martina is ready.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Martina. I meant Martina. I looked at you. We're all getting tired.
It's nearly midnight and everybody's on very small screens. I think lots of grace on this. So look, so I'm really struggling, y'all, in part because it's almost midnight. I really understand and support the need for additional days, and I understand the need around the days that were proposed by EEA. I think there's a lot to be said about them. It does not sound like even we are 100% clear on what we are asking for. For example, December 6th and 7th, if we're doing both of those days, does that mean that all of the schools are off both of those days or not? And that question matters because if we're talking about these days as also being a benefit to, say, bus drivers, if elementary is off one day but secondary is on, bus drivers presumably would still have to drive for secondary. I don't know the answers to those questions, but that's the reason why I don't think that this is a motion that is functional or fleshed out yet. I think it's a really good idea. And I think that what we should do is authorize whatever we want to authorize based on what data we have. And then perhaps we can amend an motion or make a second motion or just request that the superintendent bring us back information about those additional days so that we can make a different decision once we've actually been able to look at the data and once the superintendent has been able to explain how this would function. I'm in support of doing this in the long run, but I don't feel like I know what the consequences are yet.
Thank you. So I don't know if it was Gordon or Laurel was next. Laurel?
I'll go. This is about planning. This is about helping our families, helping our staff, helping the people that work in other districts that maybe teach in this district or have kids in this district and work in other districts. This is about taking care and planning in advance. Asking for 2 days is not enough. We've heard that from staff. We've heard it, we have from EEA, please do more. We have a chance to do more. They gave us the dates. I believe they gave Sydney the dates last week. We could do this because it's about planning and it's our job to help plan for the district to make things go smoother. So to kick it down the road continuously and be like, we're just going to do this little bit and then we're going to do this little bit and then we're going to do this little bit, it is hell on parents. I'm speaking for me, but I also have heard from a lot of other parents. It is hard on us. So let's make these choices, and we have the ability and we have amazing staff that can get this information out there with clarity that can, so people can understand it. This is not great for bus drivers. It's not just about bus drivers. We won't be used. It's about taking care of a lot of different parts. I still want to hear about if there's a possibility that we can use staff to do after school care or during school care if the school is closed to teaching. Is that a possibility? I know schools can do that and that we don't, but can we? So and that would change my mind absolutely about the 24th.
So Alicia?
Thanks. I appreciate we're all trying to do what's best and we're all talking about planning. And Laurel, you hit some really good points last week about equity, or 2 weeks ago. And I took that to heart. And I think we're really tired. And so we've got a proposal that I didn't see either. I understand it came in today. But let me just put this out to you. If you give 1 day for elementary and 1 day for secondary, you're going to have the kids in secondary missing elementary, because most likely, and in those families that can't afford childcare, they're going to have their secondary students stay home with their elementary students. We know this. I know this from the work I've done. So I think that is a non-starter for me. I think we need to really be thoughtful about that. I think when Superintendent brought this to us, her concern was making sure we can do maintenance on our buses. And there wouldn't be a day off there. There wouldn't be a day off for our folks that cook our meals. And that was the other folks. And I appreciate, really trying to figure out how we can do childcare. But if we take our folks that we wanted to give them a day for planning as well, or whatever they need to do, however they need to do it, because it's all different jobs around our EAs and so forth. And now we say, but you're going to go do childcare, which I don't think we can even do. They don't get that day off. I know that I know the superintendent has reached out to some folks that do childcare, looking at options for them being in our building, but they're struggling with the same thing we're struggling with in terms of staffing. So I think I'm very hesitant to make this decision, because we've heard from parents that they don't want us to do this. They want their students at school. And we wouldn't give them time to even comment. So again, I think we're rushing in an attempt to meet a deadline for some dates that sounded good, but when you flesh them out, and that's our job, they don't really work the way that I think, when you're looking at one section of the district, it works for them, but it doesn't work for the whole. And that's okay. That's our job. That's what we need to be doing. So I wouldn't be supporting this amendment. I think it's important we have days off, but I don't think we're thinking this through in a very great way that gets everybody what they need, and also doesn't put an extra burden on those people that are already burdened. Thanks.
I'm going to just speak a little bit about the same thing, because I think one of the things that I really listened to a lot was looking at actually the absenteeism and equity, and also really importantly for families. So, I mean, I'm worried about the 24th. I was willing to push it out to the 17th if it gave, the other date we looked at and had data on, if it gave parents more notice. But I definitely couldn't support 6th and 7th, because they've had no notice for parents. And I think having 2 days off for 2 different levels, I'd have to learn more about that. I can't just suddenly, I haven't thought about all the consequences of that. And Laurel, I really like your suggestion of planning ahead. And we could say, at our next meeting, could we look at the data? Are there other days looking ahead after this? But both the November and December dates are coming right up. So I think it would just be really hard to push a vote on that. Okay, Maya?
Okay, so I wish I could share my screen and use a calendar, because I'm a visual learner and that really impacts how I understand this. And it feels like there's a lot of confusion about these dates and what they mean. So I'm just gonna go back to Alicia's point, which I think is a really important one, about in many families, we need, there's a calendar, but in many families, they having elementary students at home when high school students are in school is a problem. However, with the dates that we've suggested, there is only one of them where both levels wouldn't be in school, and it's the elementary who would be in school. So it's the high school kids who would be home without their elementary siblings, not vice versa. So that's just one detail that I think is important to consider. The second part is that I'm not sure, I'm not sure that everybody in the district received that notice the way that we hoped they would. Because I, like Laurel, have heard a lot of people being like, wait, you guys are taking a day off, and it's surprising. So when we look at the amount of time between the formal decision and the actual day, we're actually looking at a difference between a week versus 19 days when we look at the 6th and 7th. And I think that's important to consider. So I also want to emphasize that except for that one day, all students would be gone. So buses, in addition to the 24th, could continue to be serviced as needed. Kitchens could continue to be serviced as needed, except for the one day, which is the 7th, which would become a secondary only day. So elementary students would need rides to school and lunch. But out of all the other days, they would look just like the ones that have been proposed, with all students gone.
Oh, sorry, Gordon, I was muted.
Thanks. So I just wanted to say briefly, I mean, partly, what Maya said, the day that elementary school is off under the schedule is a grading day for secondary school, which means secondary students are home. So there is only the one day. I just wanted to, to just emphasize that we're not talking about a day off for anybody. And I think the superintendent mentioned earlier that on any of these days, classified employees are going to be working, and there's opportunity to do maintenance or other things. And I don't know when only elementary students are there, if that means that less than the full fleet of buses or fleet of routes are being driven. I don't know. If so, there may be opportunity for maintenance there, but certainly on the other days. And the last thing is, I really want to ask, I know that Sabrina Gordon is on this call, and I would like to hear from her, not as advocating for something, but as clarification about how this logistics could work. This is somebody who came up with this, who has expertise, and I would like to hear from her.
Mary.
Well, this is a board decision. It's clear that's our decision, and we need to make it. And I think we need to make it tonight, at least with regard to the November 24th. Childcare, I feel for people that have childcare issues, but I don't know how we can ask our staff to turn around and provide childcare for an unknown number of kids. You have the building, you have cleaning, you have food. So I just think, it's a tough situation, but I don't think we can put ourselves in that situation. Further, we haven't had a chance to use the equity lens on the proposal from EEA, and I think that's really important if we're going to consider that. And don't you have the same problem with December 6th and 7th, in that if I have a 6th grader, which is a secondary student, and a 5th grader or a 4th grader, I'm not going to leave either one of them home alone. So I just think, 5th and 6th, the 6th and 7th of December create a double problem. Plus, it's only 19 days away. So if we want to move this out and really have some thoughtful planning, then I would not suggest 6th and 7th. So I'm going to hope we can deal with this amendment, but I will make another motion that we approve the 24th, because it's now less than a week away. It's almost midnight. And that we ask the superintendent to come back on December 1st with some ideas around the other days, or some ideas around mitigating 6th and 7th, and that we have a chance to use the equity tool, because that's what we are doing now. So I just think, have us try to convince each other again is not worth the effort. At this point, it's 11:55. I think we need to make a decision on the 24th. And so I will again hope we can call the question on the amended motion.
Let's call the question. Everyone who wants to vote on the amended motion now, raise your hand.
Wait a second, didn't Mary just amend the amended motion?
We have to vote on the amendment first.
I simply said, here's an idea. I didn't make a motion. I did not make a motion.
We have to vote on this first. So
correct.
She's calling the question. Raise your hand if you want to vote on the amendment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we will vote on the amendment. That is 2/3, right? Okay, so I'm going to call the vote on the amendment. And the amendment is taking November 24th, December 6th and 7th, and January 28th. Is that correct? Okay. All those in favor of that
And March 28th.
and March 28th. All those in favor of that amendment, please raise your hand and to vote yes. We have 3 yeses. All those that vote against that amendment, raise your hand or say no. So the the amendment doesn't carry. We have 3 yeses, Maya, Laurel, and Gordon, and 4 noes, Mary, Martina, Alicia, and Judy. Okay, now we're back to the original amendment, and Mary.
Now we're back to the original motion.
Original motion.
And I would like to
Does
make,
she get to still keep going?
I
Yeah,
have, I raised my
back to
hand,
the original motion.
called on me. If you want to go ahead first, but she called on me. Go ahead.
No, we are now on the original motion, which was what's in the packet. And that is, the motion is on the table for November 24th and January 14th. That's the motion that's on the table now. Mary.
Well, I'm not going, and what I wanted to do, why I raised my hand, Laurel, was because I wanted to amend that motion. So I wasn't going to do it until Judy called on me. And then she called on me, but I don't know if you wanted to say something first.
I wanted to amend the motion just for the transitional days without November.
Which are what?
The transitional days, Judy.
Well, I'm sorry, you guys are further. I don't have them in front of me, Laurel. I'm sorry. Is that the 6th and the 7th?
I don't have them in front of me either. I have the 6th and the 7th, the 28th of January and the 28th of March.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I second the motion or
Okay.
the amended motion, whatever.
Any conversation on that amended motion? So should we vote on, go ahead, Laurel.
Well, the reason I did that is, well, as you know, I didn't love the November one, but I was willing, as we've talked about as a board, to compromise. But that is not, others are not compromising. So 19 days is much better than 1 week, excuse me. So, and really, we've only would ever have given somebody 1 week because that's the time we could have ever voted on this. We never had more than that. We have the ability to give people 19 days at this point. Not ideal, you're right, but I don't know where the magic 30 days came from. I didn't make that up. I just know I want as much time as possible for parents. And a maybe is not a yes. It's not, it's, yeah, it's what I've said. Thank you.
Okay. Maya
So
and
when we look at one part of the equity lens, which is who is impacted by this, I appreciate that overall attendance is down, but we did ask for the data, and the data does show us that it's the schools that are what were labeled highest needs that don't have that same attendance increase as the ones who are lower needs. And I just want to remind people, who is working on Thanksgiving? Who is working the day before Thanksgiving? It's our families that are the ones that need the support of school or childcare, which we are not prepared to offer. So I think that's really important. Also, the other side of this is that this is about offering support to our staff. And with these days, all of the staff members, from the bus drivers to the kitchen to the teachers to everybody in between, will be getting an opportunity to get the work done that we've identified needs to be done. But equity lens wise, it's not Wednesday that impacts the families that are highest need.
Gordon.
My concern about the 24th is like none of our employees, none of the district staff could get a day off with a week's notice. I think almost nobody in the world can get a day off with a week's notice. And I don't understand people proposing the 24th and saying the 6th or 7th is too soon. I'm not trying to cast aspersions on anybody, but it seems to me that it's much better and that there's an obvious logic to we're trying to make the system work better. And I would just say that a lot of different legitimate questions have been raised about this. Some of them are logistical or kind of mechanical. How could this work? And to the extent that people have those kind of questions about this, I ask again, if there are those kind of questions, and if Sabrina can answer them, that we hear from her. And I don't know what the process is for us to be able to hear from somebody who has expertise, who's not on the call, who can answer some of the questions, if those are questions that people have. If people don't have those kind of questions, fine.
Mary. You're muted, Mary.
Sorry. Again, I'm not sure what dates we're talking about. As much as I respect Sabrina's opinion, this is a board decision, and she sent us her opinion in the email that I didn't have a chance to fully read, and it would just add extra time. It's now 12:02, so I think we should make a decision tonight. There's an amendment on the table that we need to vote on, and then I would like to make an amendment to the original motion once we vote on that, should that not pass, because I want us to get through this discussion.
Laurel. Yeah, are you working to unmute there, Laurel?
I think I just forgot to take my hand down. Thanks.
Oh, okay, great. I find this, we asked at our last meeting, we asked the superintendent to go back and do a lot of work. We were concerned about parent notice, and we were concerned about equity and looking at absenteeism and how it would affect. She did all that work, and now we're bringing dates up saying, let's not look at them with the equity lens, and let's not really look at the impact of parents. Let's just pass them without that work. And that's very inconsistent. And I think the superintendent did what we asked, and now we're wanting to do something completely different without the information. So I listened to my board members last time. You made very compelling cases for that kind of look at the dates, and I really agreed with it. And now we're wanting to throw that out. So I'm having a little struggle with this. Feels like really a change. And yeah, okay. The superintendent has her hand up.
If I could invite Carrie Delph, she has some clarifications for Gordon's questions. So if you want to hear, she's got the calendar in front of her, so.
Yes, and to offer a correction or clarification to some data that was just restated. To be clear, the superintendent was asked to provide information about whether the pattern of higher absences on Thanksgiving or the day before Thanksgiving held true across schools with higher and lower socioeconomic status. It was just stated that that did not hold true, and it was the lower income or higher needs schools did not have that same pattern is what appeared to be said. And that's not the case. There is much higher absences at every single school, regardless of need across the district on the day before Thanksgiving. All other considerations aside, that's what the data is. There's a very slight correlation with student need, but it is not strong, and it is higher at every school. So just to make sure that the board has that correct information as you're considering this. As in discussing the calendar and what days we're talking about, if for clarity as to what any amendment is, we can share the calendar so that can be seen if helpful, because it's difficult to tell without knowing what precise dates are being discussed.
Thank you. I think Mary has her hand up. Yes.
Well, again, I'd like to call the question on Laurel's amendment, which was seconded by Maya, so we can move this discussion along. Because we're just trying to, convince each other, and we're not going to get there unless we decide something.
Okay, who would like to call the question? There's 4 hands up, and So that doesn't pass. And so let's continue the conversation. I don't know who is next. Gordon? Maya, you were next? Okay, go.
I just, I want to point out that when we talk about the equity lens, that it's important that we don't turn it into a weapon. And that makes me really uncomfortable with how we're approaching it now. I just finished referencing an important component of the equity lens, and that was completely disregarded. And I'm going to reiterate that if this is done in the name of staff, then we need to acknowledge that the greatest impact for staff, including a large percentage of it being teachers, would fall on the days between the terms. If we're going to say that this is because of absenteeism, then let's name this day the 24th because it's more convenient for absenteeism and we're concerned about who is going to be at school or not. I don't want to conflate the benefit for staff and the benefit for acknowledging absentees under the name of this is being done exclusively for our staff members. That makes me very uncomfortable. And it puts them in a position with the public where they have to then defend their professionalism unnecessarily.
Thank you. So I don't know if it was Laurel or Gordon next, but we have three.
I don't need to speak. I'm taking my hand down.
Laurel and then Alicia.
Mine was to talk about what you said, Judy, that this is kind of changing the narrative, that we're trying to change the narrative. And I really feel like the narrative wasn't portrayed as it should have been. We needed to be planning for more. And so the topic is here, it's on the table. So this is when we choose to do something more because we're hearing from staff, we're here, and I'm definitely hearing from parents that this is not helpful. I think it's important that, and it's very disturbing the way my fellow board member used the equity lens as a weapon by saying, well, we didn't do it. So she kind of made a joke out of it. And it's really it's hurtful. It's not a joke. We use this because it's important and we're learning and we are accepting of that. And I think that's important. And so I want to be careful in that we call that when that happens, because that's not a safe environment when we're doing it that way. So, and to make sure I don't start rambling because I'm tired. I just want us to take this chance to do the job we're here to do, the reason we were elected, to help and support, and not just do piecemeal, but do the work.
Thank you, Laurel. Alicia.
Well, a couple of things. One, it is really late, so I appreciate everybody trying to do their best, and I think we all have, what we believe to be best. I know I mentioned the equity lens, and so I'm not using it as a weapon. We talked about how we as a board used it, and so I think we really should, because Laura, you brought up really good points 2 weeks ago when you asked for that data. I thought that was brilliant because I want to know how it's impacting. This is a big decision. And so I would say sometimes we get in our worst place as a board when we rush things. And so I don't know how you would feel, those of you that proposed it. And I'm not making a motion, I'm just asking you to think. If we don't look at the 6th and 7th, but we look at those transition dates later and we give ourselves time and and I know you're not being disrespectful by hurrying or moving these forward, but we heard from a lot of people about what a burden it is not to have their students in school. And so, and I also really want to respect staff and why they brought these forward, and how do we make sure we do the best. And I don't think this time of night pushing, I want to say pushing because it's loaded maybe, but trying to get to a solution isn't the best thing. I want to have this really thorough conversation. And, you know, it's like, hey, you pointed out that elementary isn't in that day and there wouldn't be an issue. And then as I'm reminded, middle school is seen as secondary, and there is no one you should leave at home when they're in middle school. I just really want to point that out. It's dangerous. Gordon, really, the data on what can happen, it's scary. You've lived through it. You don't have to worry about it. But so I just ask, I know we're going to take a vote, but my vote to not move it forward isn't my vote to not have the conversation. We may not be able to have it in time for the 6th and the 7th, but I think it's really important that we do have it, and that maybe we can look at the other transition days. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thanks for listening.
Gordon.
Thank you. I appreciate everything you just said, Alicia. And I in principle agree. I feel like the only thing that is rushing us is wanting to give families enough lead notice, right? Otherwise, I would say, yeah, let's take 2 weeks. And if we were only talking about January, that would be doable, because everything you said there makes sense. And other than that, I just want to be clear, as far as I'm concerned, that nothing in this is a criticism or anything less than appreciation for the work that the superintendent's done. When Judy and other people said, well, if we asked the superintendent to do something and she did it, I think that's exactly right. And I totally appreciate that. I feel like one of the, and I've said this before, that one of Superintendent Vandekar's great strengths during the COVID time has been the willingness to change on fairly short notice when circumstances change. And there have been times when she was criticized, people saying, oh, but you said this 2 weeks ago and now you're saying this. And I really thought it was a strength of being able to say, of being able to make changes like that. It's not ideal, but this is the hand we got dealt. So I feel like we're now in a position that's also not an ideal hand, where we're trying to balance giving parents enough notice and also choosing the right days. So that's why I come down this way. And I'll stop trying to, I don't know, convince anybody of anything.
So I don't know, Laurel, but if you were referring to me disrespecting the equity tool, I'm not. I'm really just trying to learn how to use it. It was not meant to be disrespectful in any way or discount it. So I apologize if it was. So I guess we need to ask Mary, going to call the question. You have your
point of order. There's an amendment to the original motion on the table. I think we should vote on that.
Yes.
Attempt to get us through this item. We still have 3 more items that are going to take some time.
So we're ready to vote on it?
Can you have the maker of the motion restate it so we know what we're voting on?
I think it was Gordon. No,
this was
Laurel. Laurel, right.
I vote to amend the original motion to change it to only the transitional days, which are the 6th and 7th of December. My brain is going to bed without me. 6th and 7th of December, the 28th of January, and the 28th of March.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those who are in favor of the amended motion, as Laurel just read it, raise your hand. We have 3 voting yes, Maya, Gordon, and Laurel. All those opposed, same sign. We have 4 voting no, Alicia, Martina, Judy, and Mary. So the amendment fails. Mary, you got to unmute. Unmute.
I'd like to make an amendment to the original motion, which was to approve the 24th of November and January 14th. My amendment would be to strike January 4th, sorry, to strike January 14th at this point in time and ask the superintendent to come back with another proposal on December 1st. But we vote on the 24th tonight.
Do we have a second for the amendment? Laurel, is that a second?
Can I ask a question?
I think we have to get a second first to have a discussion, or.
Well, I don't understand it.
Okay. Do you want to repeat the motion? Is that what you like to see here?
What does Laurel want?
I'm just,
Okay, here, I'll make it simple. I'll make it simple because I move to amend the original motion, which was to provide non-instruction days on November 24th and January 14th. I'm moving to amend it to strike Friday, January 14th at this point in time and ask the superintendent to come back on December 1st with more information. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay, do we have a second? Alicia seconds. So Mary's moved that we vote on it on taking November 24th off and only that. No, sorry.
And to come back, ask the superintendent to come back on December 1st.
With a plan.
Yes.
Long-term plan. Yes, very plan. Yes. Is that what you seconded, Alicia?
Just to make sure that I seconded that we take the 24th off, but strike the 14th, come back with a plan on this
That's right.
first.
Thank you. I
Okay.
left off the strike. That's right. Thank you. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded and Maya has her hand up. You're muted, Maya. We're all getting really tired there.
Are we talking about just approving the 24th? Yes? Can I get a head nod from Mary because she's the amender? Okay.
but also having the superintendent come back with more information.
I support finding any way to support our staff members. I want to just remind us that despite the fact that we gave notice, this is us agreeing to make it official only 7 days before the day that we will be canceling school. And I think that we need to think deeply about that. From a personal perspective, it works for my family, but how many other families are all in that same boat? That's 7 days.
Thank you. Alicia.
Okay, it's probably inappropriate, but it's getting late. So can I just ask, would you be happier with a motion that says we're not going to take any days off and we'll come back on the 1st? I know what you'd be happiest with, but if people are more committed to that, because I seconded as a way to have discussion. I think people made a good point about the 24th. I am worried about having to cancel classes, but if we think let's not do the 24th and let's have a longer term plan, I can also be persuaded for that. I'm not connected to the 24th like it has to happen. So that's just my 2 cents.
Can I respond since Alicia asked me a question?
Sure.
Alicia, I would be much more comfortable with only looking at the 6th and 7th separately and having that be the day that we look at buses and kitchens being maintained. Mostly because it would benefit teachers, A, but B, it's 19 days versus 7 days from the official notice. And by 7 days, it's really 6 because it's 12/21. So 6 days. People aren't looking at their email tonight. I doubt the email will be written tonight.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you.
I also would prefer what Maya said, but in answer to the question you asked, Alicia, I would prefer that. I feel like I don't want to I understand we may, if nobody shows up on November 24th, then maybe they'll wish that I voted for it. But at this point, I don't want to vote for scheduling a day off with just a week in advance. And I would certainly support coming back with a real plan on December 1st. I'm sure this is part of the plan, but I would want to make sure that that involves sitting down with EEA and figuring out, including the teacher's view of what is workable and what the impacts of different days are. So, so I guess I would support what Maya said as a fallback, but then I would support what you said, Alicia, preferable to what the current proposal is.
And Gordon, the only thing I'd add to that, if we're asking the superintendent to talk to EEA, which I think is a great idea, we should ask her also to talk to classified staff and make something work for everyone, including principals, everyone that this is going to benefit in the district, not so we can look broadly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laurel.
I have a question for Mary. Would you be willing to amend your amendment to include the 6th and 7th? So it would be the 24th and the 6th and 7th and none of the other dates until Sid comes back?
No, just
information?
Were you finished?
Well, no.
Were you finished? I interrupted you.
No, it's fine. I was just hoping for some compromise.
No, I made the motion, so we will take a vote to get off this. We've been talking about this for an hour and 10 minutes. It was supposed to take 5 minutes. It's now 12:23. And so my amendment is the 24th of November, and then to have the superintendent come back on the next meeting with a plan.
Yes.
So I don't accept a friendly amendment, no.
I was trying to make a compromise that included the 6 days that Maya was talking about. So we would have a plan ahead of time for the 6th and 7th. And that they would be able to put all this information out. And I was hoping, because we've talked about this for so long, I felt like this was something that we could all agree on. But never mind.
So can we call the question on this amendment? I move to call the question on this amendment.
All those in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. Did you need a comment before we call the question, Alicia?
Yeah, if you don't mind. Wait,
Okay.
Can you hear me okay? Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, I'm losing it.
It came up.
I get the 6th and 7th is really important, but I feel like if we don't vote on it today, bringing it back on the 1st is, from what all you guys are talking about and all the time, and we're all talking about it really, the time we need, it wouldn't work. I appreciate looking for compromise, Laurel, but I think we're in the same boat on that. I'm wondering, well, anyway, I'll let you just call the question and then I'll talk to my what I think we need to do next. Thanks.
Okay, so Mary called the question, or Gordon called the question. All those that would like to vote on Mary's amendment for the 24th of November, raise your hand.
This is voting to call the question.
Voting to call the question, though.
Yes, I said who's voting to call the question. Yes, that's exactly right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, 6. Okay, we want to call the question. So all those in favor of the amendment to only take November.
I voted no on that. You didn't call on me, so that's all.
I'm sorry, and you, I'm sorry, Mary. It looks, we had 6 people voting yes to call the question.
I understand that, but I still have my right to vote
I'm
no.
very sorry. Okay. So that means we're going to take a vote. All those in favor of the amendment of November 24th, taking that off and coming back with a plan at our December 1st meeting, raise your hand. Okay, we have 1 yes, and all those opposed, same sign. Okay, so that was 1 yes and 6 no. Okay, Alicia.
I'm wondering if we can just not take the 24th off, not take the 6th and 7th off, but have a plan that looks at moving forward. And I know I'm talking and not making a motion, so I'm breaking all the rules. I'm trying to, and I know the 6th and 7th is really important to people, but I'm wondering if I made a motion that just says, let's come back with a long-term plan on our next meeting for days off, if I could get a second, and if there was any desire, because we don't need to talk about it if there's not.
Martina.
So I might need Robert's rules help here, but in lieu of doing another round of amendment making, as the original motionizer, as the original person who made that motion, can I rescind my motion so that we can consider something different now? Am I allowed to do that? Mary, you know better than I do about Robert's rules.
You can withdraw your motion.
Great.
Or we could vote on it and it looks like it's going to get defeated anyway. And then you can have a different motion.
In the interest of speed, I'm going to withdraw my motion and then just wonder if Alicia's going to make a different motion.
Yes.
Different emotion, different motion. I've lost it, y'all.
Go, Alicia.
Okay, I raised my hand instead of one off mute. I'm sorry, I'm losing it. So I would move that we do not, that we ask the superintendent to come back at our next meeting with some dates for the rest of the year. We of course assume she's working with her staff, with EEA, with OSEA, with MAPS to come up with the best dates. I know I've talked and I shouldn't, so here's my motion. My motion is to ask the superintendent to come back with dates for the rest of the year that we would take off.
Do we have a second? Martina seconds it. So Alicia moves and Martina seconds. And we had, I think Maya and Laurel, your hands were up. So I don't know who was first. Let's, Laurel, you're left here. So go.
No, I call the question.
Okay. All those in favor of voting on that motion right now? Mary, is this a point of order?
It's a clarification. Does the maker of the motion have a specific date in mind, or are we expecting the superintendent to have this all done in 2 weeks?
Probably banging my head doesn't really help me with if I wanted to get reelected. I would look at the superintendent and ask if we could start the conversation, because we also have the 14th on the table. So that may still move forward. I doubt it, but it might. Would that give you enough time, superintendent? Yes. So yes, I have a date in mind. It's the next meeting.
Thank you. Okay, and so everyone who would like to, the question's been called. All those who want to take a vote on this, raise your hand. Okay, we have 1 Laurel, Alicia, 3 Martina, 4 Judy, and no one else. Okay, so we are not taking that failed. So Maya.
I really hate to do this, and I apologize ahead of time, but I would like to amend the motion to take this day on the 6th and 7th and revisit any future days on December 1st.
Do we have a second? Okay, so Maya's moved and Gordon's seconded. So any discussion?
I have a question.
I see Sid has a hand as well.
Sid. And
The
then Laura.
So while I think it's lost from 2 weeks ago, originally I asked this so that transportation could work on the mechanics who've been driving, could work on catching up on maintaining the buses. If one group is in school and one group isn't, the mechanics don't really have time to work on the buses. So this does solve something for EEA, but it does not solve the original problem that I brought forward. So I just want to say that out loud.
Thank you. Laurel, did you have your hand up?
I did. I do. Okay, I'm unmuted. So the motion right now is just for the 6th and 7th, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is there a possibility, Sydney, of us using outside mechanics?
We actually are the mechanics for a number of the smaller districts around Lane County. And so we are the mechanics.
Okay, we have Maya and then Gordon. Maya.
Okay, I know it's really late and I don't mean to say that anybody's wrong, but I do want to point out that the 6th would be the equivalent of the 24th. It would be rendered a no school day for everyone. So what would happen on the 24th would happen on the 6th. The 7th would be a no school day or no student day, pardon me, for the secondary teachers who prepare for the next trimester. So buses and kitchens would get the same attention they would have gotten on the 24th.
Gordon.
I pass.
Okay, that was new information to me. I don't understand. I thought, I'm sorry, I didn't realize there was a day that everyone was off, but that's obviously you have more information. So, okay, any other comments about this?
I don't have more information. It was an email that came out at 9:30 this morning. I just happened to read the email. It's not more information. It's just.
Well, I thought we said that half the school, I thought earlier in the conversation that one was for elementary and one was for secondary.
No. On Monday, December 6th,
Okay.
secondary staff already has a grading day. So we would add a no school day for elementary and we would give secondary that next day because elementary doesn't transition. We would give secondary that next day as a transition day.
Okay, thank you. Mary?
Just a process check because Alicia made a motion. I think somebody seconded the motion and then Maya amended it. And I don't know that we ever had a second to it, but what are we voting on is my question again. I'm very confused.
Gordon seconded the.
Okay, thank you. I couldn't remember.
Amendment, and that we're voting on having the 6th and 7th off. And still wanting to do the long-term plan. So the amendment was adding the 6th and 7th off, right?
Well, just to clarify, because it seems as though understandably at 12:34, it's getting very confusing. This amendment would give elementary the 6th off, and it would give secondary the 7th off. Because secondary already has the 6th off for grading.
It's the third time you've said that. Got it.
Well, it sounded like it needed to be clarified.
I was asking a process question.
Okay, so do we, and where are we? We have this amendment on the table. Someone want to call the question? We're ready to vote on it. Okay. All those.
Can I just ask if everybody understands what Maya says? And then also, Sydney, is that change? Does that help with as far as the mechanics day?
I'm wondering if just December 3rd would be better. Then you don't have to worry about the 6th, 7th. It's just December 3rd. Looking at the calendar, it means that kids would be done with secondary, would be done with their term on the 2nd. The 3rd could be a day off for working. They could do their grades if they wanted on that day or plan that day. And then everyone has the same day off. It helps with daycare, you know, all the things we talked about. So
it's a Friday, so that's nice.
Can I
Maya.
I appreciate that thoughtfulness, Sydney, and it does exactly what we want, but then it gives us that Friday, which is that magical number. And if it's true, I mean, students are all done. Is that what you're saying? There's no like AP math person that's going to be mad that they didn't get the last hour and 20 minutes with their students or something?
Oh, there probably would be an AP math. I understand that one.
I knew I picked that on purpose.
There's no perfect answer here, and it's 12:36.
Can I ask for your input as to why the 7th wouldn't be, why the 3rd is better than the 7th?
Judy, do we still transport younger kids Monday through Thursday?
Yes.
So on Fridays, our buses have fewer deliveries. So even if we cancel school, our buses still go to Salem for Oregon School of the Deaf. Monday through Thursday, we still deliver kids, the pre-K kids. So even though 4J is closed, we still have other kids that we deliver that aren't part of our district, or are part of our district, I guess.
This feels like a beautiful compromise, and I have a process question as to how I can turn my amendment into just saying what Sid said.
I think you could rescind your amendment. Is that right? If your second does as well. Mary, is that correct?
Yes, and we can vote on she can make another amendment, or we can vote on Alicia's one way or the other.
And so Gordon, do you have something to say about rescinding the amendment?
I will do that if Maya wants to do that. I had an information question for Sydney. I don't know if that's.
Should we hear it before she makes this?
I think so. My question for the superintendent is if the week that ends in the 3rd is finals week, and if there are now finals scheduled for that Friday, is that going to be? I know there's nothing perfect, but how much of an issue is that going to be, or might that be?
I don't know. I didn't have any time to work on it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can flip back to the 6th, 7th. I'm sorry. I don't. I just haven't put enough thought into it and talked to enough people to know what the ramifications are. So
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Fair.
Alicia?
I appreciate we're all trying to come up with an answer, but this is when we make mistakes, and Superintendent just pointed that out. She hasn't had time. I want to make sure we give the teachers and the classified staff time off, and I want to do it in a very thoughtful way where we get the most from that time off. So I'm really asking people if we could just take the time and do that work. And I appreciate we're up against it, and all of that. But I don't want to make mistakes. This is a big deal for the district and getting the most out of it, and for our parents and students. Thanks.
Okay, so Maya, do you still want to rescind your motion, or?
I want to, but I looked, and that is scheduled. I mean, that is finals scheduled for secondary, and I think that makes a bigger mess. So I think that putting the other days off to reconsider on the 1st, I want to stick with my original motion to do the 6th and 7th and put the rest of them off. But giving the relief and the attention to our kitchens and buses that we need, and not waiting for that to happen until January.
So I think it's time to vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. We have Laurel, Gordon, and Maya voting yes. All those opposed to the amendment, raise your hand. We have Alicia, Martina, Judy, and Mary voting no. So the amendment fails, and we're back to the motion of Alicia's motion to ask the superintendent to come back on December 1st with a thought through plan after conferring with EEA, OSEA, her staff, and MAPS for days off. That will really help relieve workloads. Okay. Any conversation about that, or can we call this, vote on this motion? Okay, all those in favor of this motion, raise your hand. 2, 4, 5, 6 people voting yes, and all those opposed, same sign. And 1 person, Maya, voting no. So we had Gordon, Laurel, Judy, Martina, and Alicia voting yes, and Maya voting no. So the motion passes. Okay. Well, I've been looking at the agenda and I bet we'd all like to stop. So I have learned 2 things. We can vote on the OSBA slate next time, because it doesn't have to be done till the 17th of December. We don't have to vote on the complaint tonight, but that leaves the CBB item for future action. So I'm going to make a proposal, and I don't know, I'm going to look, because I know Gordon and Christine, a lot of people worked hard on this, and there's a lot of information in the packet. We still have 2 meetings before the end of the year that we could hear this on December 1st, and have the first read on December 1st and the second on December 15th. But Gordon, I'd like to hear your thoughts on that before.
I think that we can and need to get it done by the end of the year. I think Christine has done great work, and Judy has done great work, and Ryan has done great work, and we're really close. So from my point of view, I would say, oh, just trust us and we can approve it tonight, but it's a big complicated thing and there's no reason for people to trust something without reading it. So I would support what you're saying, Judy.
It's on for information. So we would get information, and then the first was going to be the vote, but we could do the information on the 1st and the vote on the 15th.
It's on for item for action at a future meeting on tonight's agenda. So
Right.
we do that on the 1st and then the final vote on the 15th.
Correct. And I would ask the group to really read all the materials, and I would really appreciate emails with questions, and we'll try to get answers, so that, because we are going to, I'd like to have a fair and a good discussion about it, because there'll be a lot of conversation. So please read those materials and let me know if you have more questions. Okay. So with that, are there items for a future agenda before we close? Mary.
Yes, last year we had a mini retreat in late January. And given the divisiveness of the items we've been discussing about and the divisiveness among the board, I'm going to suggest that we seriously consider sooner rather than later, so maybe it won't happen until January, but the sooner rather than later, that the board consider hiring an outside mediator so we can resolve some of these issues. This is a cancer on the board, and we're not getting anywhere nearing resolving this ourselves. We need help, and we need someone outside to help us. And I don't want us to end up like other school boards I've seen in the state. So that is my proposal, that leadership consider that.
Are there other people who would like leadership to look at that on the board? I'm going to say I think that's a good idea. Anyone else?
I can't physically nod my head, but I'm nodding my head.
Maya and Laurel. So we will bring it to leadership. Thanks, Mary. That will go forward. And Laurel? Oh, you're muted.
Unmute. I would like it to come to the board for us to be able to choose what who the mediator is, because there are groups that specialize in this and do this work and help teams be cohesive and such. And I think that could really serve us to go a little bit more in depth than just, there's great mediators in town, but then there's those that do this work as their life work.
Great. Mary?
I'm not specifically suggesting anyone. I'm suggesting a mediator who's not local, somebody professional. And I actually have a name of someone who is with OSE or OEA and has been highly recommended to me.
So my suggestion, instead of debating this now,
Right, I
hear
don't want to.
Laurel. We'll collect suggestions from the board and together we will choose someone that we all agree on.
No, I just wanted to clear up because it was implied that I was suggesting somebody and I'm not.
I just know going
No, it
into
wasn't.
kind of mediation like that, everyone has to agree they trust and support the mediator. So we'll be sure we have a way to make that happen. Okay. Great. Okay.
And this,
Other items? Laurel?
I'd like to have a discussion about, I'm not sure at this time of night how to say this, but our policies regarding, do we have HR policies? And if so, do we have a policy in where we, somebody help me with the name of it, where somebody can try a position and if it doesn't work, they get to go back to their old position without being forced. I can't remember the name of it. There's a name for it. I think Alicia knows.
Laurel, we do not. Most of our positions are covered by collective bargaining agreements, and on occasion we might have a place where they can try something and then go back. That's usually because someone's on a leave or something like that, an extenuating circumstance. So we do not have something like that.
So Laurel, maybe the way to, if you feel comfortable talking to the superintendent about what the specific issue is, she could maybe point where where the policies, procedures, whatever are that led you to want to take that off the agenda. Does that seem okay?
No, this is where I could bring something that was systemic. And so I think it's problematic. I may be misunderstanding you. I'll totally.
No, that's what we said, and you're bringing up what we said.
Yes.
Future action that's a systemic, but I think we need a little, maybe the superintendent needs a little more information about what the systemic thing is. And so I was just going to suggest, so you get that on the agenda in the way that would address your concern.
Yes, and I think Alicia may know what I'm talking about because it's a policy that we have at Lynn County.
Alicia, is that why your hand's up?
Yeah, I was just going to say, maybe Laurel and I can talk and then we can talk to Sid. And I know exactly what you're talking about. And I wrote the policy that the county stole it from the city. All right.
Okay. Yeah, the three of you are going to work that out. I appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you.
Gordon.
I don't have something. I just wanted to appreciate Alicia for making the proposal that got us out of that whole conversation. Even though I had like a first, second, and third preference before that, she in fact came up with an elegant way that got us someplace. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. I agree. Maya. You're muted.
I'm hoping someone can help me with this. So maybe Alicia's on a roll. She might be able to. I don't know how to propose this. I'm not sure exactly how it looks, but I want to continue to raise the point of inviting Mika to work with the district. So I don't know if I need to like ask permission to be part of that conversation if it happens away from the board, or what that looks like, or if I continue to ask for Mika to come into our space.
Christina is willing to meet with Mika. I heard her say that, and I think Mika was on.
She was.
And so Christine just needs the number, or Mika could reach out to Christine.
So do I need to ask permission of you, Sydney, to be able to participate in that?
To just send her the email, is that what you mean?
No, I would like to be part of the conversation and part of the process.
Maya, can we talk about it Monday? Because it's part of the equity work we're doing.
Yeah, that's great. So that's just all I needed to know, that
I think that's where we could talk
away.
about it, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
Lisa,
Wonderful.
you were on a roll for solutions tonight.
I knew you were going to
I
have
want
it.
out.
I said it. I called it.
And also, Maya, just so you know that Martina and I prioritized tonight, if we were talking about working agreements, we were going to talk about a process for inviting any outs, to have that in our working agreements. So
You
also
can do
be
that.
thinking about that for the future. Okay, are there other hands up?
Well, I just want to remind you that our work session today, we talked about bringing the kids back. So we need that on the agenda as well.
Yeah, thank you. Well, that was on my notes.
Okay.
If I can sort through my notes for tomorrow, for Monday. Okay, I think we are ready to adjourn this board meeting. And I'm going to say, we went into Thursday. So thank you.
Is that legal?
Thank
Martina, feel
everyone for
better.
tuning in. You're amazingly committed and a very thoughtful group. So thank you. And have a good night's sleep, everyone.